die than for him to surrender. And that was the spirit of Biafra. One of the things that punctured that momentum was Zeke going to England and making a lot of articles talking over radio about how much of a demon Ojukwu was, how much of a terrible guy Ojukwu was, and how the people must surrender and cross over to the Nigerian side. And they were throwing that. They were throwing that. Please don't use curse words like that. And they were throwing that into the Biafran things, and you will not understand how much that would have demoralized a people that were about to be destroyed. Looking at someone who was their first leader talking like that, we might look back today and feel like, oh, what's the big deal? But you may not understand the damage that was done at that time. That is what he represents. Guess who destroyed the momentum of NYM? That was Zeke. Guess who left that camp to join with the Saru, Herbert Macaulay, to form a new party? That was Zeke. That was the concept of a house Negro. Now let's picture this. Imagine when Obafemi Awolowo was the leader of Yoruba people. It was Okpara that was the leader of Igbos at that time. And he was the one that was doing the negotiations on behalf of Igbos, going for the conferences in England. Can you imagine where we'll be today? Can we imagine the friendship we'll have? Can you imagine all the negative energy we've had over many years? That people like Hisba, a man I love like a brother, I don't care what anybody thinks about him, you know? Can you imagine what we would have fixed over the years if a lot of these things did not happen? That is the concept of a house Negro. Those are the people that we should never allow to find their way to the top in our consciousness, and those are people we should never accommodate in our midst again. They are never to be given a platform. They are never to be allowed to speak, because the more we allow them to speak, the more we give them that attention, the more they play that house Negro game, because their Fulani brothers are here listening to them, clapping for them, and now pulling them into their own groups and using them as the house Negroes for the damage they plan to do. So we should never give them that platform to be able to present themselves as the happy house Negro on behalf of the enemy. I want to talk about Akintala as well, but I don't talk for long because I get out of breath. So can we take a minute break or something?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to say something, Bonka. So one of the things that Zik also said when he came to England was he wrote an article where he asked France to stop sending food to the rebels. So remember, there was a starvation policy, and our own brother, and the article is out there. Just go on Google and just type in Zik asks France to stop sending food to rebels, and you'll see it. So he actually requested that all these countries and Christian missions sending food to the Biafrans to survive, and they should stop sending food, because in his book it was a quick and easy way to end the war, by just kind of starving and ensuring that Biafra was defeated quickly. That was Zik. And another thing is, another way to spot out, I would say, the children of Zik, that mindset is, they always, when they talk to Igbo people, they will say you. They'll say you. So I'm Igbo, and if I'm talking to Igbo people, for instance, I'll say, you people want Biafra. If you get Biafra, what do you people have? Things like that. So they always count themselves out when they speak. So always listen out for that. They wouldn't say we, we want this, we should not do it this way. How can we be president when there's that? They say, how can you people? Why? Because they're in Abuja talking down at those in the east. They're in Lagos talking down at those in the east. And they're telling us somehow we're not really one of you, and they just talk down at us, but we're here to rule you. So always listen out for that. Even in Clubhouse, listen out to those people that always say you people, and they're Igbo, talking about Igbo people and saying you guys. Sorry, Bonka, continue.
Yes, thank you. Does anybody have... Yes.
Bonka.
Yes. Mr. Oboda, you're on board. Thanks. Welcome. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to, and we should not underestimate the level of destruction this house people.
I want to increase our voice, please.
I think we should not underestimate the level of destruction, and anarchy the house Negroes bring upon our people. Let me start with Zeke. Zeke was present. We had the 1945 Josh riots. Zeke was present, and we had the 1953 Kano riots. Yet Zeke deemed it fit to form an alliance with the people that massacred and killed his people. Now we are here today because Zeke refused to form an alliance with Awolowo, despite the fact that Awolowo offered to serve as deputy to him in that alliance. And Awolowo did this because Awolowo subscribed to the same ideologies in a way as Zeke. But he felt that rather than join with these people who I do not subscribe to the same ideology with, why don't I, even if I don't like Zeke, I don't think Awolowo really liked it that much. But at least he knew that because I share something with these people, at least I think I can form an alliance with these people. And look at, we are all suffering today because of that. What Zeke did. If Zeke had formed an alliance with Awolowo, I do not think Nigeria would be on this trajectory. The second person was Akintola, where when Zeke left the Western House to the Federal House, Akintola assumed his position as Premier of the Western region. Now, Akintola had other ideas. I think Akintola wanted to form an alliance with the NPC. And you can see the level of destruction. After Akintola was removed as Premier, I think it was Adegbenro's Wonka that took his place as Western. Yes, it was Adegbenro that took his place as Premier of the Western region. And legally, he was removed, and Adegbenro was legally took his place as Premier. You could see how the federal might was used to install Akintola as Premier of the Western region. Just the same thing we saw with the Popus Odema recently. And you could see the level of destruction it brought to Yoruba land. Look at the Western elections of 1964 to 65. Look at killing, looting, burning, brothers killing brothers, Yorubas killing. That's what happened. You know, it's not as if they fight. No war will be fought on the slave master's turf. The war will be fought on your own turf. Your brother will kill his own brother. You will kill your own brother just as an outsider. Let us even now, and Ademoyega, one of the coup brothers, he didn't call them house Negroes, he called them willing collaborators. If you read his book, Why We Struggle, that is what he called Akintola, a willing collaborator. And now, if you now come down to present day Nigeria, we look at the likes of, now, look at what happened when we wanted to vote for electronic transmission of vote. Look at the southern senators that voted against us. Now, these are house Negroes. Ponchos Okalu stood up in the Senate and said, Iberi doesn't have network. So let's just say an investor was in America watching that what was happening at the Senate plenary session, and he wanted to invest in Iberi because of the house Negro throwing down his own village. I am very sure Iberi has 4G network. I am very sure because I'm from Abia. Throwing down his own village just to please his slave master. Look at what is happening in Plateau. Juxtapose Samuel Otom and Governor Lalong. Juxtapose the responses to the death and massacre of their people. Who is going all out to protect his own people, and who is trying to and who is not doing anything at all to defend his own people. I just want us so that when people are angry, I don't think, sometimes people don't understand why others are angry. When you see people that are lukewarm, people who have refused to take sides, people who refuse to stand for anything, people who would rather, look the other way when something is happening to their own brother, and when their brother reacts, they say, no, you shouldn't be reacting in that way. These people, the level of destruction that they allow happen to their own people is not something that is measurable. So I think we really need to understand this, so that going forward, when we engage people who we think are turncoats, people who we think do not stand for anything, people who we think will always sell out our brother, people always understand where this anger is coming from and why there is an urgent need, a very, very urgent need to ensure that these Negroes are no more in our midst. Thank you. That's what I just wanted to add.
Okay, please, I want to say something. Wanda, please, just 10 seconds. Wanda, please, we are on a war of narrative, please. I don't like it when you guys call that thing just riot. Call it just massacre. Call it a Kano massacre, because they massacre our people, they kill our people. You don't flow with their narrative. They are the one that call it riot to make it look like they didn't actually target a particular ethnic group, which is the Igbos, and kill them in their droves. That's what I call this riot. You know, you say riot, it not be as if his compatriots, trying to destroy things because they were angry. No, these are the Northerners, the House of Fulani Northerners, or should I say Fulani, that attack the Igbos, came in there and kill them, kill their family, destroy upon their businesses. So we shouldn't be using the word riot anymore. This is 1945 just what? Massacre of the Igbos. Because we are the world narrative. When they don't want to talk about Sadona, whatever, he say he killed a pregnant woman. Let's have our own narrative or how it happened. Don't forget whatever they wrote in the books. Because we are trying to change these things. And this is what it is. Thank you.
I agree. Yeah, so just to add to the conversation, this is Miles speaking. So I've been, I'm going to bring it back. So to what Wanda said regarding being careful around house Negroes. Is anyone conversant with what how the FBI through the Count Intel probe infiltrated the Black Panther Party? How they used their own people to eliminate a lot of the Black Panther members and brought to end of that party. If you watched if you watched Black Judah, the Black Judah, exactly what happened to one of my favorite men in history. What's his name again? I'm blanking out. Jesus. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about, right? So that okay. MMK actually was. See, let me even start with Malcolm X, right? Who killed? Why did those that killed Malcolm X?
Yes, they paid them. The FBI paid the killers.
Sarah was a Saran commission, so that they were actually paid to take out people that are actually fighting for a just cause. It was after the elimination of Malcolm X that brought about the Black Panther movement started gaining traction, and then a lot of voices, the Nation of Islam. Yeah, thanks for that, Keneke, for the back channel. For reminding me, started getting. Right, and that became a threat to the oppressive regime then led by Edgar, the former FBI, the oppressive regime then. And then that was when this guy came and started infiltrating, paying people off, promising them, positions and what have you. And then that was how a movement was scattered, right? So I think so. I think, in my opinion, house Negroes are even more dangerous than those we have, speaking up against. We can actually make a similar case to what's his name? Why am I blanking at this morning? In the Biafra movement of what's his name again? The former guy Masop. I think it was infiltrated. Wazurike. It was also infiltrated when people started getting paid off, and then that was how that movement scattered. So if you watch which one would not bring me to what Kano is doing? What he does, he makes IPO so watertight to the point that it's almost impossible to infiltrate or get anyone that can speak up against it because of what was learned. No, Kano is actually a student of history. He knows how this whole thing is, because if you open a hole, it can be penetrated and use your own.
We're going to get to Kano because it's a field Negro. So we're going to talk to him when we're talking about the field Negroes.
Exactly. So just want to point that out because of the dangers of field Negroes, how they can be used, paid up with, handsomely, and they can actually come in and identify those that are very loud in the movement and, sell them out. So that's just working for now. Let me get back to work. Thanks.
Hey, Monka, I just wanted to add too that if everyone goes, you could also juxtapose this conversation with the refusal of the southeastern governors to sign the open grazing. To back it up by legislation, this ban on open grazing. You can see what it's causing. There's cattle roaming across the southeast. Now go to Ondo State. That is Governor Akeredolu who has refused to be a house Negro. Yesterday, he signed it. He signed the anti-grazing bill into law. Today, in Akure, I just saw a video on Twitter where Amutekun they start arresting cattle that are patrolling the streets of Akure. You can see what a house Negro will do to you and what a non-house Negro and somebody that stands by his people would do. Now, he's ensuring that the law is being complied with. On those states, I'm pretty sure will become safer. But the Southeast will remain unsafe because we have house Negroes there who have refused to back up this anti-grazing bill by any legislation. Look at what is happening in Imo. The governor said he invited the army to kill his own people. His own people. That is what they do. They bring destruction to their own people. Look at what has been happening in Imo. Imo was a peaceful state before this imposition happened. Look at what is happening in Imo today. There's nothing but women and kids are being picked up. People are just being picked up randomly on the street and tagged different names, being massacred, being killed. And all this is because people, the governor wants to be subservient to his masters. So we should understand what this thing does to us. This level of destruction it brings to us is enormous. So people should really understand where this anger is coming from when people talk to people that are lukewarm, or people that choose that decide to take sides with people that are not from their own place. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Yeah. But I want to go again, or should I just make a submission?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I want to actually make it clear that I want to go in the other perspective, because even here on Clubhouse, half Negroes are Confucianists. They told a part of Confucianism in the sense that they don't allow objective analysis that can actually nail them. So what they do is that they try to throw up several narratives that will confuse the people, and while the enemy advance. So as Negro are Confucianists, they don't stand on one particular position. They will keep saying like simply, I use the word, saying things with the two sides of their mouth. So that's what house Negroes do. And in other words, if you are not objectively and if you're not intellectually strong, they will end up making it look like you don't even know what you're doing anymore. So house Negroes, they are all here in Clubhouse. They will tell you, I don't like your political ideology, I don't like your political perspective, this your perspective, this. In other words, they don't even have very stood. So they don't even stand in one place. So and this is the strategy. Most house Negroes use that as a strategy to deceive their own brothers, so that the enemy will come in and kill them. The enemy will come in and enslave them. So let's watch out. Anytime you come into any of this clubhouse, and whenever somebody is trying to say something and the person is not standing in one position, you tell you, I don't believe in one Nigeria. Anyone that walks, I will follow. If we have a nation come, I will follow. But which one are you fighting for? You're not fighting for anyone, and you are just trying to be a first woman. In other words, whatever you speak, what we see in your speech is pure what Confucianism. That's what you try to do in order to derail and destroy what objective analysis, and that is it. Thank you, my brother. Bonka. Go ahead.
Also use a stance. They also use a stance and make it look like standing in the middle is a glorious thing to do. I was in a room the other day, and it was an Igbo lady that was championing the cause that those that are championing for secession should try and convince those who have not decided to decide or know the gains of trying to succeed. You know, these people come in different forms. They speak phonetics and then pose as if that their phonetics ends them intellectualism, you know, and they try to confuse those that are gullible or those that have not made up their mind on what to do.
Oh, thank you. Wait, it's just everybody hold on. Just a minute, Bunker. So this is I honestly wasn't planning on coming up, but this is just to speak on this subject of history, because it is a very uncomfortable subject. I'm a Muslim myself, and you have been the fairest person that dishes out to both Christians and to both Muslims. If you try to water down, just to make sure that you are trying to, appeal to the side of Christians or appeal to the side of Muslims, then you are doing history a disservice. That is just what I want to say. Please state it as it is. I'm a Muslim myself, and Fulanis, even if most of them are not Muslims, when you see a Fulani, it looks like a Muslim. I don't care what anyone wants to say. Islam is not perfect. I'm a Muslim myself. And most of the things that occur right now in Islam, I do not agree with it. I do not agree with the Taliban. I do not agree with Boko Haram. I'm not a terrorist sympathizer or a Boko Haram sympathizer. I 125% agree that Pantam is a terrorist. And a lot of things, not just that, a lot of things that are going on in Islam, I do not agree with. But unfortunately or fortunately, That is the way I'm brought up. That is the way I understand how to pray.
God bless
I cannot wake up at 32 years and say, today I want to become a Christian. No, I'm sorry. But that is the only way I understand how to pray. So the way it is, please state that it is very uncomfortable subject. Yes. A lot of people will be angry. Yes. A lot of people will start being on side. Yes. But the moment you try to appeal to one side, then you are doing the subject itself, history, in this service. Thank you.
So can I just
if we keep making assertion, I don't think we will allow this guy to actually go in depth. Let's allow Bonka to finish, please.
Okay, let me do it. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I had to introduce a woman, because I think women were beginning to gag it. Maybe we respect the voice of a lady. So, Linda, you should please help us coordinate the house. Anybody that tries to interject, you move the person, and you can take the PTR and Q when necessary. Linda, are you there?
Sure.
All right, thank you, guys. Yeah.
So, Benga, can I ask you a question?
Wande, wow. Okay, go ahead.
But before, I want to make a quick comment. Look, when I tell you to be careful about how you present religion in your submissions, it is not that I'm saying you should sanitize it or be imbalanced. What I'm saying to you is your speech it gaslights the religious issue. I get back to those messages also sometimes on Clubhouse, and people tell me that they are not comfortable with the consistent what seems to be an attack on Abrahamic faiths, particularly Christianity. If you say things that attack my Christianity, I can go to with you. For example, right? Malcolm X went to Mecca. You saw white Muslims there with blue eyes.
You said you wanted to ask a question. I have
to give a praise now. Relax. Everybody talking uninterrupted, but I talk without me. When X went to Mecca, he saw Christians with Muslims with blue eyes, green eyes. He came back and told Elijah Muhammad, "You lied to me because you said the white man was the devil, but I saw him in Mecca worshiping the same Allah." And that was part of how he divided from Elijah Muhammad and the nation of Islam. And that was actually part of how they eventually assassinated him, even though the government played the role in it. And X was a Muslim. So my point to you is about you are here playing X's speech about how Negro is chosen in Europe, and I agree with you with everything you say until you will touch on the issue of religion. Now here's my question to you. Real quick before I ask my question, my last point. Yoruba people have learned over the decades that your religion doesn't matter. This train of religion, as this ship has sailed, the train has left. You are not going to put 20 million Yoruba Christians back into a genie, neither the Muslims. So, I say to you with all due respect, before I ask my question, every time you find a way, I agree with you with everything you were saying. I was enjoying it until you put the religious stuff up. Every time you find a way to bang on the religious issue, you are indirectly splitting us into what may actually be a crap. Now, here's my question to you. You talked about how, a lot of the Christians were saboteurs, were XYZ. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. Was there ever in the history of Yoruba people in Nigeria and other Igbos, etc., was there ever a saboteur or a house people who was not of the Abrahamic faith? Thank you.
I didn't get the question.
I'll repeat. Was there ever a house Negro in the history of the political movements of Nigeria, Yoruba people, etc.? Was there ever a house Negro who was not of the Abrahamic faith?
No, hold on. I'm going to respond.
Hold on. Let me tell Ade this thing. I have said this again, Ade. Wonka have not said all Christians are saboteurs.
And I never said it.
I don't know why.
It's fine. I'm going to respond to that.
Wonka have never always generalized this thing. But you talk as if you generalize this thing. This is my problem.
You are getting it wrong. I'm a Christian as well. What you are asking is for him to mention a name like Ajayi Crowther that was not a Christian. You understand? That's what you want him to. So you want him to balance it by saying there was a Muslim with Ajayi Crowther who was a house Negro. That's what you're asking for. But there's no.
No, that's not what I'm asking. Actually, that's not what I'm asking.
No,
That's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is this. Let me repeat my question.
Who actually allowed these people to come into Nigeria and cause all these issues? So I think we should just align to finish, please.
So, Ade, the first time we were invaded from a lorry, and it happened because a man showed up there that was a cleric. His name was Alimi. He brainwashed some people, turbaned them, told them that their loyalty was first to the Islamic faith before their Yoruba identity. And these were the people that were used to do many of the raidings, sacking of Yoruba nations, and the destruction of and then the big refugee crisis that happened, right? That is an Abrahamic religion at work. When the Christians were going to come, the Europeans were going to come, they first sent the Saros. They told them to go and preach the Anglican faith. These people came, and after they came was when they now came in to do their takeover. The guy, Desmond Tutu, he's a pastor. He was a bishop. He said these white men came. They gave us the Bible. They told us to close our eyes. Before we closed our eyes, we had the land. They had the Bible. When we opened our eyes, we had the Bible. They had the land. This is not even in Nigeria. This is all that happened across Africa. The only place that was never conquered in the whole of Africa was Ethiopia, because Ethiopia rejected missionaries. They said, no, missionaries are not allowed in my space. So I don't know. These are historical context. If I can bet you, it's either your father or your mother is a pastor. I can bet. And I can put $1 million on that.
And I can bet your history too if you want to go there.
Okay. So now this is what I'm saying.
No, because we can put it all out here, right here. Don't go there.
You can bet what?
No, we can have a lot of information out. If you want to go there, I'm telling you, don't go there.
Put the information out. It's fine. You can put it out.
Cool. You can sort out. I'm saying mine. So I'm telling you, don't put personal information here on Clubhouse.
No, you can go ahead. Put my information out.
I'm telling you, don't go there. I'm telling you. I think it's very sensitive when it comes to Christianity. Sister Linda, please do something.
Okay. So,
Mocha, can I say something? Like,
yes.
Actually, I don't really understand what is working, because we are here. Someone is kind of defending a religion which is even a mixture of paganism, a mixture of a lot of things the Romans did just to be able to control the inhabitants of their empire. That is what Christianity is. These guys brought it down to us to brainwash us and held us and have held us, captive since then with this religion. Because what we practice now is not the real Christianity. That is the fact. The original Christianity was practiced back in days, even before the Constantine or Constantine or however you want to call it, accepted Christianity. He wasn't even a Christian. To them and to him then, it was just the two. So why we are so scared of talking about Christianity is because we are taught, or we are made to believe by these same people that brought it to us, that it was a blasphemy. It was the biggest atrocity of all kinds against God to talk about Christianity and try to understand it. Meanwhile, in the same Bible, I think it was Peter that said that he was proud of a group of people that actually went to study the book after he spoke to them to confirm if what he told them was the truth. So I think it's more of like brainwashing or mental slavery. That is why we are so scared to ask ourselves questions about what we believe in. I think that's the problem here. So everybody here is a Christian. I'm sorry, not everybody, but the majority here, I guess, is a Christian. Some are Muslims. And I don't know why are they defending like it's just his own religion. I'm a Christian too. Oh, I used to be. Now I don't call myself a Christian anymore. I believe in God. That's all. Because I understand the history of Christianity.
Let Bonga continue.
So Bonga, please continue.
Yeah. So to answer your question, Rade, no, I don't know anybody that was not of Abrahamic religion that sabotaged these people. Not, if you know, you can mention. I don't. Everybody I know is either practicing one or two of the Abrahamic religions, from N.K. Abiola to all the other people, to the Balugwala and Mandos and all of them. They all had Abrahamic religions. I don't know, but if you do, you can mention and I may be wrong, but yeah.
Okay, noted. Thank you.
Okay, so to go on, wow, this is going to be a tough one. I hope we don't keep having this energy, because you can't put things in perspective if we bring too much energy and we don't leave room for compromise. It's very important to leave room for compromise. That would always be my final conclusion. But we move on. I would always give like five minutes break, so that, because I like it to be engagement. So it's not like I would always talk for long anyway. But I want to talk about another person, and his name was Akintola, and somebody actually jumped the gun and spoke about him earlier. When the first person to unite Yoruba people for a common purpose was Obafemi Awolowo. To the Yoruba people, he's a hero. To the Southern people, definitely he's not a hero, and very much nobody can argue that he did some wrong. From a non-Yoruba perspective, it would be wrong for me to be here and to tell an Igbo man that Awolowo did not do them wrong. That would be false. But as a Yoruba man, we always see him as a hero, because when it came to his people, he never did any compromise, and he did not care who went under the bus in the process. So his philosophy is that I believe in Nigeria, but it's not the head of my people that will be used to break coconuts. So he saw the way things were going. Shortly after independence, he knew that these people were going on with Usman Dan Fodio's jihad, and he felt that the best thing to do, the most important thing to do, first and foremost at this stage, is to cut these people, even if it means putting aside the differences between Yoruba people and Igbos, because we are both children of the land. And these are jihadis from another part of the world that came with an intention to conquer. Now, shortly before independence, Zeke said something. Amanda Bello said something. I'm trying to open it from this book. This is page 3 of the Awolowo's biography that cited why he was very uncomfortable with what was going on. He said, Amanda Bello cited portions of the Quran that says, "From now on, we shall be taking the battle to your house." Sir Amadu Bello claimed that, like his great-grandfather Shehu Uthman Dan Fodio, I'm reading from page 3, by the way. So, like his grandfather Shehu Uthman Dan Fodio, who, he said, after his conquest, divided the conquered country between 2 of his sons. I, too, after conquering the South, will also divide Nigeria into 2 to be taken charge of by 2 of my lieutenants. He said the South has already been handed over to Alhaji Abubakar, the Prime Minister, and added that before his resignation from politics, he would appoint another lieutenant to take over the administration of the North. Then he presented a cloak of authority.
Bunker, your mic is bad, please, we don't want to miss anything.
Oh, you didn't? Oh,
yeah, fix your mic.
What you say about the Westerners, please?
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, my brother.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Somebody was asking a question.
No, it's not a question. I said you should start from where you maybe what you said about the Westerners. So that is where your voice get there.
Oh, Westerners.
I don't know about the Westerners. Oh, they already played someone,
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes. So they saw that what Amadu Bello was out to do was a conquest agenda, a continuance of Usman Dan Fodio's jihad. And Awolowo saw that coming. So he was like, no matter what happens, I'm not going to have anything to do with the Northerners. He knew that the Igbos had their aggressive side. They have their, there were some kind of hitches here and there, but he knew that they were still safe with an Igbo leadership. And I still want to tell people till today, they are much safer under an Igbo leadership. The worst of an Igbo man is worse than a million times a Fulani man, because an Igbo man does not represent conquest agenda. An Igbo man does not represent a full blueprint of an organized structure to religiously enslave people. An Igbo man will never, ever, in a million years, support his people going into places to decimate people, take over their lands, conquer them, and then occupy that territory. So this is what Mr. Jampa does. It cleans up your brain and makes it magnifies your imaginary enemy, and then it dulls your real enemy until it's too late to fix the problem. So, and people like Awolowo saw through that, and they're like, no matter what my difference is with Zeke, we're way more safer than a leadership under a man like him, than a descendant of Usman Dan Fodio. Now, this was what Amadu Bello said in his book, in page 3 of Mr. Awolowo's book, on the reason why he turned his back on the Fulani. He said, Amadu Bello cited a portion of the Quran which says, from now on, we shall be taking the battle to your house. So Amadu Bello claimed that, like his great-grandfather, Shehu Usman Dan Fodio, who conquered and divided the country between two of his relatives, that he too, after conquering the south, will divide Nigeria into two to be taken charge of by two of his lieutenants. He said the South had already been handed over to Alhaji Abubakar, the Prime Minister, and added that before his resignation, he would unite the North and hand it over to one of his lieutenants. So when he says unite the North, there was still work to be done in the North, because there were three groups that were still going against him at that time. One was the Talakawas of Kano under Aminu Kano. Then there was the Kanuri people, they were against him at that time, and then there were the Middle Belt people. Of course, we know how that ended with the QMPC and all that. So that was one of the reasons why he stood back and did not go to the center, even though he was the leader of the party. So he wanted to stay home and clean up all oppositions from the North, and then make a one North agenda. And when we say one North agenda, from that point till today, it just means Fulani control of the North. So that was why he stayed back. They understand the dynamics of power. They are not obsessed for power like us Southerners. They are more obsessed for control. So if being in control usually requires not being in office, they have that wisdom of not doing that. That's why Usman Dan Fodio was never, he maintained that Shehu title until he died, but he never took the Emirate title. He never took a kingship title. He understood what power dynamics is, and he understood that you don't have to sit on a throne to control things. And of course, we know that they do a good job at that, especially from the back door. But anyway, this was what Akintola observed, and that was one reason why he was like, this was one thing Awolowo observed, and that was one reason he rejected the North. Even after they created the North, Balewa called him and said, you know what, I don't want you to be in the opposition. He's always been scared of Awolowo for some reason. Even during the what do you call it, that October 1 festival, raising down the flag at the racecourse, he was looking from his table, he left and started looking for Awolowo because he didn't see him on the high table with them. And when he said, where is he? Oh, he said he's with the crowd. Balewa was like, no, he can't be with the crowd though. Let him come and join us. So he took a torchlight and went to where the crowd was and was looking for Awolowo. When he found him, he was like, please come over and come and join us on the table. So that was when he left with his wife to go and join them there. But after that, he was trying to pressure him and beg him to force the opposition and come over to join the party, and that they will now have one party, and he will divide ministerial appointments into three. So the North will have a portion, the West will have a portion, and then the East will have a portion, but the East already had a portion. And Awolowo said, no, I'm not interested in that. The agenda is a Fulanization agenda. You are trying to pull us in to become your house Negroes. then you will give us the share of power, but then when you start to dominate us, when you start to control us, we won't have mouth to talk, which is exactly what is happening with Tinubu today. You know? So, of course, we spoke about Zeke earlier. And so, with all the killing of the people, house Negroes don't talk. Awolowo never wanted to be a house Negro of the Fulani people and said, no, I'm not doing this trade with you. Now, guess what they did? They found a house Negro among them, and his name was Akintola. Now, Akintola now became the person that did the dirty job that they've been trying to do for a long time to get the Yoruba people on board. First, now this was what happened. He started a group that was Amadu Bello, known as the hold on. It's called the, I'm trying to look it up. Jama ad Nasr al Salam. It's like a Islamic movement that was trying to now kind of create a religious environment in the north and present himself as a spiritual leader, which is one of the things that happened before a jihad. If you look at all the people that fought jihads in the past, they always took spiritual titles, from Suleiman Ubal of Futatoro to Ibrahim Musa of Futajalon to the guy that started the Masina Empire to Usman Danfodio himself. The first thing they always do is present themselves as spiritual authorities and then act like their mandate was divine. And that was what he was doing shortly before his death. And those who do not understand what those guys that did that coup, what they saved us from, God will open their eyes. We will talk about it another day. But the rate at which things were going at that time, if Mamadu Bello was allowed to go on, all these things that we're now fighting now, it would have been a long gone history and would have been second-class citizens like the Hausa by now. But anyway, we now went to Akintola and they were like, okay, Akintola, this and this is what we need you to do. Can you tell us how Awolowo funds all these things, where he gets his money? Because Awolowo funded Joseph Taka. And Joseph Taka created the United Middle Belt Congress, and that was going to break away from the North. Awolowo was able to now get Opara on his side. Opara started drifting away from Zeke because Opara was not a house Negro. Opara, like Awolowo, was a field Negro. So he understood where things were going, that even though they were part of the coalition partner in government and NCNC, he started pulling away gradually, observing that being with these people is not in the interest of my own people. So they knew there and then that they needed to get rid of Awolowo. So Akintola now told them the secret of the Western Nigerian Development Corporation, which Awolowo designed it in a way that there could be investors in that party. The government was a part of that party. And so he had this concession with some investors that will allow you to be a part of this board, but in exchange, you will give a percentage of your money to our campaigns, right? It was for... That's what they were doing in the North as well. When it's election time, they force people to pay special taxes for their party. But now he now said, okay, this is how we can do it, and it will become like a how do I put it? Like an inquiry. So that was when they started the Coca inquiry. That was not strong enough to get rid of him. And the more he was in prison, the more they saw he was getting popular, especially when they first put him on house arrest at Ikene. And they saw that it didn't work because people still kept coming to visit him there. Then they put him on house arrest at Lekki. At that time, Lekki was an island far away from the city. You can't get there by road. Unlike now that they've sand-filled a lot of places and you can drive to Lekki, so you can only get there by boat. They still saw that a lot of people were visiting him there. That was when they now started the case against him. Also by Akintola, who went to Tafawa Balewa to tell them that, oh, this man is planning a coup. He trained some people in Ghana. He told them to come back. Of course, everything which Awolowo denied. In a North case, they were able to get rid of Awolowo and now get Akintola to be in power, even though he was impeached. Now, what did it cost to put Awolowo in power? Okay, thank you. Somebody called it Ipeju Lekki, and they named Lekki actually after a Portuguese man who was called Lequi, Leqki. Lequi was a slave raider. If you go to Awolowo Museum today, you will still see the places where he used to keep the slaves and the place where the boats used to come to pick them. And he died of malaria fever. And I mean, malaria did a lot of good things for us Africans at that time. So anyway, so that was what happened at that time. And then they brought in Akintola and they said, okay, these are two things we need you to do for us. One is to consolidate the Southwest and now merge it with us so that we can now use it to break away from the Igbos and then use it to destroy them. At that point, they were also inciting the energy, the kind of tension between the Niger Deltans and the Igbos, right? So that was what they did, and Akintola played along very well. He formed a new party with them called the NNA. Now, when they now came in and started killing his people, his Yoruba people, through the Wete and all those situations, Akintola totally looked the other way. All he cared about was power, and for as long as he held that power, he never cared what happened to his people. He never cared if his people ended up in destruction. He never cared if they were killed, if they were made poor. Now, all the things that the Western region did earlier, free education, free health, the fixed price for the cocoa board, subsidies to farmers, everything was totally reversed by him. Because, like his friends in the north, it was all about elitism. That was another thing the House Negro crossed, and these were sentiments that led to the first coup and a reversal of everything our forefathers bargained for that was working well for the Southwest and Southeast, and the major foundation of what got us to where we are today. That's another example of a House Negro. I'm going to talk about MKO Abiola and Oba Ademola, but we'll leave the floor open again for any contributions. Thanks. No contributions? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
What is causing the silence now? Let's engage.
Right on. We are enjoying the history.
And Bonka, you are doing very well, exceptionally well, I beg.
So right on, we don't have any objection.
Continue to educate us, Mr.
Continue.
Bonka.
You need to drink water, and if you need some wine, we can send from to you.
Bonka, do you have any examples from the Biafra War? Biafra War.
One mic, please. Yes.
Do you have any examples from the Biafra War?
Yes.
Before we go to MKO Abiola, if you can give us some examples of House Negroes from the East, from the Biafra War era.
I'm trying not to whip up sentiments on that, but there were some people who were told to buy guns and run away with the money. There were people who were paid to actually destroy the bombs that they were laying down to destroy the entourage of the military soldiers. There were.
We talked about Upabi and Sika.
Yeah, I think I don't want to go into that. That will bring a lot of emotions I'm trying to avoid right now.
This is not emotions. It is history we're talking about. It's not emotions if you are not willing to embrace and understand the true history of what happened. Because that is where you can retrace your steps and then find a way forward.
I think Bonka don't understand the Igbo people. Bonka, we the Igbos, if you are telling us what happened in the past, we don't get emotional. Whether it's religious or whether it's heroic or anything, just tell us the way it is. When we understand it, we don't get emotional on what happened to us in the past. After all, we begin to know who our true heroes are, right? We need to know all of them. So just tell us, say it the way it is.
Okay, I will come to that later, but let's open the floor for other things for now.
So I let me quickly say this. I want all of us in this room to always try to connect this very topic to what we see in this clubhouse. some people are the house Negro they are talking about. And the reason why we should enlighten you guys, so that when you get into a room where they are decimating bunker or decimating his bar or paymaster or chimney or any of us that has taken the path of self-determination, taking the path
from where they decimate me to. Because I don't talk insults for 2 days now on top of this people.
Okay. Lupin, the 3-star general. Anytime you get into any room where you see people with Igbo names, you know, you see people with Igbo names, they talk against their fellow Igbos. Like Tim said, they'll say, you Igbo people want this, you Igbo people, how do you do it? They'll ask you, what is the strategy? What is the blueprint? They will not tell you the blueprint on how to, give Nigeria electricity. They will not tell you the blueprint on how to get a good constitution, but they will ask you for the blueprint on how to even start a very lovely country that should come out of that contraption. So people like that, when you see them bear Igbo names, don't be misled by their names. Listen to their rhetorics, listen to their lies. From there, you start seeing the house nigger in them. Because we have to connect. Why is it important that we know this history? Because Bible said that there's nothing that happens now that's never happened before in this world. So, because this history will guide us while we are here, to enlighten our people, and also to learn. Because if you don't learn, we will fall into the same trap, just like.
I think we lost it.
I think we lost. So sorry. One thing I need to chip in here is, as we are learning, it is also pertinent just for, in Igbo language, they say when they tell you something and say do not ask person, they are lying to you. So while we are here learning and listening to all these things, just so you don't think that Bunga is whipping up sentiments, go and research further and also find out if what you are hearing is the truth. Because it is easy for somebody to just whip up sentiments and then say, Bunga is just telling these things just to be able to derail Nigeria, the Nigerian project. Let us go and research back and be able to know and confirm. That is why the Igbo people are what they are today. We don't just pick our leaders because they say they are leader. We will face them and we will scrutinize them and make sure that they are fit to be where they are.
I think that if anyone wants to know about any house Negro, anyone that played who was on the side of the federal government, who is Igbo, or who was on the side of the federal government during the Civil War, you can Google, you can read about Ukwabi Asika. Ukwabi Asika was governor of the region, As at that point, Ukwabi Asika was telling Igbos, drop your arms, come back to the side of the federal government, and Gowon was using him to show that, some Igbo people also wanted to be part of Biafra, He never said anything about the pogroms. He never said anything about the, the weapon of war, starvation. He never said anything about the Kwashoko. He never said anything about anything that the Igbos were going through during the Civil War. All he was saying is that, the war was unnecessary, drop your arms, come back. He was a federalist. He was rewarded, though. Just like all of them, rewarded. But who knows about Ukwabi Asika today? I'm sure he might not have died a wretched man, but he died forgotten. Nobody's ever going to build a statue of him, and his name will be deleted from our history book. He will only be remembered as a traitor. So I just wanted to, anyone who wants to know about that can Google up Ukwabi Asika.
I want to talk about Ifa Juna as well. Ifa Juna.
Ifa Juna was not really a saboteur.
Yeah, well, Timmy, what's your problem with Ifa Juna?
Of course, Ifa Juna compromised the coup, but I don't think he was a saboteur. Yeah,
I think he was just incompetent.
Can we talk the modern ones? The modern ones. Yeah, if I mention
that's why I'm trying to avoid the rabbit hole.
We're supposed to give Bunker some minutes to rest while we now connect the dot with the house Negro topic. So while Bunker is Bunker is taking it. What did you say?
I don't get this house Negro.
Okay, you don't understand. You don't understand the topic. The topic is about house Negro.
Right? I used to think that house Negroes are like, back American slavery, like house niggers. I don't know what it is. I did saboteurs, man.
Are you just joining us? Wait, guys, wait. Are you just joining us?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, in the context of Nigeria today, House Negro is like a saboteur, and also what do you call it? A saboteur, yes. What we call sabo, a sellout, right? A compromised brother of yours.
Yes.
So that's what I'm discussing. Though sadly you're not here early enough. So, but while you're listening, you still connect the dots. We have had some historical events and also historical explanation on House Negro in relation to Nigeria and African history and Igbo history and also Nigerian history at large. So please let me reset the room quickly. This is Igbo Nation, everybody, and Igbo Nation is a nationalist house where we discuss a lot of important issues, where we learn who our true heroes are, and also where we enlighten our people the reason why we should have our own country, Biafra, and the reason why the Yorubas should be proud to have their own nation, do the Republic, and also the reason why non-Igbos of Nigeria Delta can equally have their own country and the Middle Belt that are being killed today. So in Igbo Nation, we welcome all our brothers from other parts of Nigeria, those that are pro self-determination, those that are pro Nigerian breakup. So, and today's topic is who is the House Negro? In other words, like King Dubis asked, who is the House Negro? I would love them to put a slash saboteur. Then we've had a lot of explanations. Bonka has done a very great job. So I want you guys to follow all the moderators and also click on the green button, greenhouse icon to follow the house so that you get all the notification of the new program and also the new things that happens in this house. It's very important. So, and according to what Bonka is saying about House Negro, he made it clear that when it comes to House Negro, it doesn't matter, the religion does not matter. So let us not get emotional whenever it comes to history. Let us listen to history stories. Let us listen to the history explanation of how it is. I beg Bonka not to ever try to water anything down. Just say it the way it is. The Igbos are people that doesn't believe in one story. They want to know the other side of the story. They want to research on their own and have a logical reasoning. Right? We don't do head mentality like the host in the Arewa house where they will tell them one thing, they all agree. Sadly, controlled by the Fulanese. So we are the Igbos, and this is Igbo Nation, where we welcome our Yoruba brothers, where we welcome our other people. So thank you guys so much, and let's continue.
Sir, I have a question.
Okay. Okay. Who's that?
I have a question regarding just the topic generally. Would you say the Tinubu family is like a House Negro family because they have a history of selling slaves? I wanted to see if you guys could speak on that.
So the Tinubu family or current Tinubu?
Yes, the Tinubu family generally, because his mom was a slave trader, if I remember from correct.
Okay, this Tinubu is a rogue that is trying to kind of grab that. He's not in any way related to that woman. And that woman was not a House Negro. Yes, she did something. Yeah. So that woman you're speaking about.
That's Abibatu Magaji. That woman.
No, not her. Abibatu was just the one he was claiming was his mother. But I think he's referring to the Tinubu that was around when the British first arrived and wanted to take Lagos, right?
Yes, that's what
Yes. So he's not from that bloodline. Don't be deceived at all. He's just a group that understands that you need to kind of have that kind of pedigree to be able to fool people. So it was part of his propaganda. And that woman was not a House Negro. Yes, did he sell slaves? Absolutely. Was that wrong? Absolutely, it was wrong. But did he stand up for his people? He did a good job. And he financed a war that stopped the decimation of his land. And there were so many great things he did to help preserve Yoruba identity. And he stood up to the British to a point where they chased him out of Egbaland. And they destroyed that Iyalode position specifically to break the influence of women like him. And that would end up causing a lot of tensions in Abeokuta, which I'm going to talk about that as well when I'm about to talk about a king that was a House Negro who was Oba Ademola of Egbaland, and also his son, Justice Ademola, a super House Negro to the core, and the damages these people did. So we're going to get there. So just hold on, Mr. Tosin. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Bonka. Let's welcome more submission and let Bonka at least have 5 minutes rest. So I think Etunde, you have something to say, right?
Yeah. Bunker, I just would like I just want you to clear this out. Well, first, what are the roles of the Orbans doing this thing? Because, like, I think
Tunde, sorry, I thought you have submission because I want Bonka to rest while we make some submission.
No, yeah.
So maybe let you ask your question. Maybe let you ask your question. But if you have submission, you can go ahead and because I want.
I mean, you can choose to. I mean, just a submission. You can choose to respond on that. I just feel like the roles of the Orbans. When Awolowo was incarcerated. I don't think any Oba stood up to stop that happening after Akitola joined forces with the North, the Fulanis, Belos, and So Martin is the Obas didn't do anything because if I have to check the history of the Obas, I don't think they in one way or the other helped the Yoruba people from down to Awolowo down to where we are now. So they've only fought for their own pocket. So I feel like if they've stood up just like the Western houses stood up to kick Akitola out of the house, I feel like they stood up, and I don't think Awolowo would have been incarcerated. And second, I know Zeke wasn't part of it. I think that Zeke rejected Awolowo going to jail, but
no, he did not.
Zeke?
No, he did not. The person that stood for him was Okpara.
Yeah. I mean, but initially, I feel like if Zeke would have partnered with Awolowo during the 1959 election, and so okay, I will not be part of you on the AG side. But the other mistake I feel like Zeke made was being a one Nigerian, even though Southern made it clear that we are not one Nigeria, that he's a Fulani. And I feel like if Zeke would have partnered with the South, the North would have lived Nigeria. They wouldn't. I think the mistake he made was partnering with the North and calling one Nigeria, as they use them to get what they want, and hence why the 1966 group these people that saw all these things. So I feel like it could be subjective, but I felt like it was more Awolowo shouldn't go to jail. I mean, it was too late for him to correct it, but it felt like Awolowo shouldn't go to jail, and he wasn't part of it. Like I said, it could be subjective. So I'm just talking based on the books I've read, and not one of the books I've and say, oh, Zeke was part of it or was part of the people that incarcerated him. One or two books I read was he never agreed to them sending Awolowo to jail, and like I said, that could be something.
So I'm going to respond very fast that the kings, after Akintola took power, he went after the kings and clamped them down a lot because of the way they used to support Awolowo when he was in power. And as the premier at that time, the premiers were more powerful than the kings. And so he started actually dethroning a couple of them. He was going to go after the Oni of Ife, who was the most revered person at that time.
Can you give me a second, please? I just cited the house Negro here. Reina Chidema, I just want to bring you up. I'm sending you an invitation. And if you don't come up now, you know what I will do. Bonka, you can go.
So, it was even at that time that the Alaafin of Oyo made him the Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò. If you remember, it was shortly after he became premier that he was crowned as Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò, which means that he was a warrior. And that was more like a reward for what he did. Because there was an internal tension going on at that time between Ijebu and Oyo. And because Akintola was pro-Oyo, it was all those tribal sentiments that were going on that the Fulani used to their advantage. But we won't go into details of that here. So, these are things we can talk about on the Yoruba page. But this will kind of take it from the topic and now concentrate it on Yoruba politics, which is not what we want to do here. We want it to be kind of very balanced. But, when we're on our page, we can talk about it.
Okay. Anybody else?
Okay. Let me chip in. Let me quickly chip in something.
Okay, please, 2 minutes, please.
No, not even up to. One thing I just want to say, in the light of to this evening's topic, talking about house Negroes, one thing we should all learn from in this CH, in this clubhouse, is the fact that how do we treat these house Negroes? And my own suggestion is
next topic.
just like Hisbah police has just identified somebody and asked him to come up, if not to throw him out. I think we should all just attack them, because it's like our nature is just messy, joking with them. And if we have that nature here, it will take us even to the into our community where we have governors that are house Negroes. There need to be a time where everybody will start attacking every house Negro. So even in this clubhouse, this platform, any house Negroes that shows up their face, yes, you are against us, but we call them, defend yourself. If you can't defend yourself, let everybody start attacking them, because they are enemy of the people. That's my suggestion.
Can I speak?
Any more person before one person?
Yeah,
I just want to speak. I just want to speak and ask a question.
Okay, what's one person, 2 minutes? Then Moka can conclude.
All right. First, I want to thank the organizers of this lecture. Bonka, every time I encounter you, it's always an honor to say that I've learned from you. I usually learn from you. What I want to say now is a bit, because no matter how some people are trying to be emotional about some issue, we need to discuss it. We need to ask questions so that we can actually connect the dots. Now, with regard to identifying house Negroes among us, both in the past and today, it's a very frightful thing to experience being an ignorant. You understand? That's a very frightful thing. So when I hear people like that Prince guy is talking, I just laugh. Now, my question is this: with regard to the civil war, and especially part of the Niger Deltas, what happened between...
Hey, don't go there now.
Are you serious? Are you serious? I think we should... I want to practically apologize to every Nigerian Delta that are out there. This question that I'm about to ask, I think is going to do us a good service. So I think I should ask it. What actually happened during the Civil War when Ojukwu had to install Okonkwo as the Midwest governor? What happened? Why did Ejo leave? Why the story? Because today I'm being told this, tomorrow I've spoken with a lot of people and I've been unable to connect the dots. Even the mystery behind the Adakaboro's death still pisses me off. So why did Ojukwu install Oko as at the time of the war? Why did he take Ejo out? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I've written down the question. Bonka, are you ready to move now?
Yes. You will have to bring someone to address the Biafran side of things.
Okay. Before Bonka moves, please, before Bonka moves on, let me quickly make this announcement. Now we have to order something in this house. Please, this is Igbo Nation. Probably me and Bonka and 2 more persons and Obonna, we'll be having another historical event, which is another history, which is all about the Tiger. If you look at my profile picture, you see somebody, a boxer, on my profile picture. His name is Dick Tiger. He's a legendary boxer that has actually won so many medals in the 60s before the Biafra War. So, and we'll discuss about him, his legacy, the role he played in Biafra War, and how he was able to abandon all his wealth, all his accomplishments in the UK, and come back to fight on the Biafran side. Unlike Zig that left Biafrans and go to UK to speak against them. So we're going to discuss about the legendary Dick Tiger, the boxer. He's a champion and he's our hero. So you guys should follow this house. The one who scheduled the event, they will see it, and you'll be part of these historical explanations, and also Bonka will take the stage and Obonna and the rest of the guys. So that's what I would say. Bonka, can go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah. So I don't want to go very... I don't want to go...
Okay. Paymaster, we are not seeing any picture of this Dick Tiger you are this
Refresh.
Okay, because I see your juice. I wanted to take it away from you.
That juice is for bunker. After this, that smoothie is for bunker.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So you see, even it was so bad that that even sick initially when he started his politics, he even had no interest in the politics of his region. He was more interested in the politics of Lagos, politics of Southwest. He was more interested in going to the upper house. It was as a victim of circumstance that he ended up as the premier in the Eastern region. So this should show a lot of people where his priorities have always been, what his focus has always been, and it's so sad that look at the reversal to people like Amadu Bello, who actually had all it took to go to the front, to the center, to be the prime minister, but realized that no, let me stay back and kind of capture my base very well, solidify my base. This is much as I personally detest the Fulani people, I can tell you for a fact there's a lot to learn from them. There is a lot. A bunch of minority people that have learned the wisdom of kind of using a majority people as their mentally enslaved subjects, and they use that very well to take a dynamic region like Nigeria. That's a very interesting thing to observe and a lot to learn from. But I think after they are done with calling Somalians, they should call Eritreans. When they finish, they should go and call their friends from Morocco. Their days are numbered. That's the truth. Record me as you like. It don't matter. You have drawn a line that you do not want to live peacefully. After you came over, you've taken so much from us. You took our oil wells, took our taxes. You destroyed our central bank, bastardized our currency, dominated our ports, destroyed our business space, business environment. That is not enough for you. Now, in that small land that we have, that we are still holding on to, in a country that is not doing anything from us, you still want to carve out colonies from there inside that place, and you are saying that if it's not given to you, you will continue to kill us. Wallahi, your days are numbered. It don't matter who you call. When you finish, go and bring your ancestors, man, down for you from heaven. It doesn't change anything. Your days are numbered. But let's go on to the stories we're saying, and I want to go on Oba Ademola. Oba Ademola was an Egba king. He ruled in the 1930s, I believe, and I think it was in the 1940s. I'm not sure. Maybe late 1930s and early 1940s. It was early 1940s. Thank you. He was a super British apologist, and Egba used to be one of the first places where the British had a lot of great influences, because it was one of the places where the Saros settled down in, and they were able to corrupt the natives of that place with some Western perspectives. So even before he became king, he has never been really true to his Yoruba identity per se. Now, when he became king, he took what it is to be a house Negro to a whole new level. Now, this was shortly after the Second World War. Britain was totally broke. It was Africa that was feeding Europe. All the food they were eating, they were taking them from Africa. And all the money they were using to neutralize their deficits because of the war, they were taking it from Africa. So they started a tax system, which they were like, okay, we're going to start taxing the market women, which was not a very common thing at that time. They wanted to be taking a portion of their food, a portion of the things they sell in the market. And like I said earlier, they've destroyed the Iyalode title, because one powerful Iyalode at that time was a woman known as Madame Tinubu. And when they came to Lagos and they wanted to take Lagos, people like her knew what was going on. And because of our powerful wealth, Tinubu, what you see as Lagos Island today, where they have that Tinubu Square and all the market around that area, all the land around that area, that used to be Madame Tinubu's estate. The whole land where they built the Polytechnic, that was Madame Tinubu's estate. Igbopi College, Igbobi is Igbobi. Kolanut. Igbobi means Kolanut market. Kolanut farm. Sorry. Igbobi. Igbobi. Igbobi College was her estate. That was where she had a kolanut farm, hundreds and hundreds of acres in Lagos, and CMS bought part of it from her to build the Igbobi College and all those stuff that were going on around that time. So that was her wealth. Nothing compared to her wealth at that time. She was a dominant commodity trader in Lagos, in control of all the things that were going to the ports and all that. Of course, including slaves, as we spoke about earlier, which was a very unfortunate part of our history, because she's one of the women I really admire, but she has a tainted history when it comes to slavery. So she was mobilizing against the British then, the British consul, and they expelled her from Lagos. So that because with her still being in Lagos, they would have had a tough time to take Lagos for themselves, and they wanted to use Lagos as their crown colony from the base where they can now conquer the whole of Nigeria. If you look at the concept of Nigeria at that time, Lagos was not part of Nigeria. Lagos was a part of England. That was why they called it a colony, and they called the rest protectorates. So if you were born in Lagos, you are automatically a British citizen. All the people that were in Lagos were an extension of England. That was how it was. That was how it was at that time, to separate the separate place from the other places. So she was going to make that very impossible, and that was what led to her being expelled from Lagos to now go into Egbaland to settle down there. When she got to Egbaland, that was the time of the invasion of Egba by the Dahomey warriors, led by a man called King Gizo. And the man who did that was another house nigger, whose name was Dekun. He went to Gizo of Dahomey and told him, listen, I know the corridors where you can use to get into Egbaland and capture Egba people. So there was actually a lady then, a princess. Her name was, I don't remember her Yoruba name, but her English name is Sarah Benita Forbes. She was captured in one of the Egbalands, and she was given as a gift to the Queen of England, Queen Victoria. And Queen Victoria kind of raised her as a goddaughter. She grew up in the palace, and people said she was super intelligent, and she was part of the elite in the circles of the British nobility of that time. So when she grew old, they married her to James Lapinto Davis. I mean, Lapinto, is that a P or a P? I don't remember. And this was all part of an arranged things to get the Cyrus and elitists to their side. Lapinto Davis was the one who brought cocoa seeds to Nigeria and started the first cocoa farm and spread that all across the southern coast. And before that time, the only commodity that was being sold was palm oil. He was the one that now brought the second very important commodity to the region of West Africa, which was cocoa. But Lapinto Davis was also a Saru, and he joined into the service of the Queen of England, and he was part of the people that was on the naval fleet that did the bombardment of Lagos during the time of Kosoko. But anyway, this woman was now chased to Egbaland, and when Gizo was invading, she was the one who actually raised and financed the army with the help of the Europeans to chase back Gizo so that they could not conquer Abeokuta. So her Iyalode title became very powerful there. And as you know, Egba women have always been kind of the leading women in Yoruba nation, way from way back. I mean, I don't want to go into that history now, but most of the great women that we know, they were actually from Egba. Even up till today, the richest black woman on earth is an Egba woman. She's that woman that owns that Fanfa oil. So after she left, the British destroyed that Iyalode title because they did not want women to be too powerful as that. And this is something for the feminists here to really ponder about when you blame us African men for what's going on. But now he became the apologist for the British when they were now looking for money, and all the other kings said, no, we can't tax our women, we can't do that, our culture is against it. Ademola said, no, it's not a problem. You can come ahead and do it. It's fine. We don't have a problem.
Are you talking of Omoba Aina Sarah?
Who's that? Who is Omoba?
There is a woman you were talking about.
No, I'm talking of Madame Tinubu.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking of.
Okay, before you continue.
Are you talking? You mean the Sarah Benita Forbes?
Yeah.
Yes, you're correct. Yes, that's her. Yeah. Thanks for that.
Before you continue, I want to quickly make an announcement. If you scroll down now, you can see the house Negroes have infiltrated the room. Hold on, it's not a joke. I can see you guys, you have come to learn the history that your failed quota system education will not teach you. We are seeing you guys, but we will not kick you out. You come here, you want to learn content that you will not learn from your IDP camp rooms. Then, after learning the content, you still crawl back inside that shell and still begin to attack us. We see you guys enjoy the history, learn from it, and also, we see them, but I won't kick them out. Normally,
don't kick them out. Mention their name.
No. I don't want to kick them out, but I just want to remind them that we know that they are here and they have come to learn what they don't learn in their rooms, what they can't learn in their quota system field education back home. And, well, it's okay. Learn that and maybe go back to your IDP camp rooms.
Go and play it in your IDP camp. Let them go and play it there.
Okay, yeah, sure. Continue, Bonka.
Okay, so this man started taxing his people heavily to help raise money for the British so that they can help their situation, the recession going on in England. And they now started taxing the women. They started taking their their food products as rations to complete for taxes. And they now said every woman that is over 14 years old that they should be allowed to pay taxes. They should start paying taxes. And what they used to do, they would go to these houses, and if a woman says she's under 14, they will strip that woman naked and they will feel her breasts. They believe that a woman of a certain age must have a breast on a certain size. They will check puberty, her rate of puberty, which was very preposterous, very, very ridiculous, very dehumanizing for women. And so this got so much. And the person that used to stand for women at that time, who was the Yellow Day, the title was not in existence anymore. And this woman showed up. Her name was Madame Kuti. What was her first name?
Olufunmilayo.
Olufunmilayo, yes. Olufunmilayo Ransom Kuti. And she was the wife of a reverend. And she was like, no, this will not happen. Even though she was an elite herself, she schooled in England, so it was from that point she stopped speaking English. From that point on, she stopped dressing as a Western woman. You wouldn't see her in all those their gowns and everything anymore. She now started dressing like a local woman. And from that point to her death, even when you see her in England or anywhere, you see her in Iro and Buba, because she started identifying with the local women. She started identifying with the market women, and she took their cause as her cause. She started to champion their agitations. Now, she set up a school for them because they were being cheated because of their illiteracy, and told his children to enroll in that school as teachers. So they were the ones teaching the teachers, and then their cousins also got involved in the teaching. And one of those cousins is a man we know very well today. His name was Professor Wole Soyinka. They started teaching the women English, started teaching them literacy, and when it became too much, he now mobilized the riots, the Ekpa Women's Riot, one of the most famous riots in human history. And in Black history, I mean, of course, on human history, they marched to the front of the palace, they marched to the front of the British governor's house, and they took the country to a standstill economically, that nothing is going to happen until all these laws are reversed. This became very powerful to a point where the king had to. Sorry, who is texting me? 1 minute. Oh, okay. So there's an African American here, right? Who can tell us about the house Negro conception? Who is the person?
Okay, I want to introduce somebody in the house. She will explain what the house Negro is in African American. Yeah, that's Keisha. Yeah, Keisha, you have 3 minutes to tell us the perspective of house Negro. But that's when Bonga dropped.
Keisha, should I let her go now?
No, finish. Okay. Finish that segment so that she can go when you're done.
Okay. So, Madam Mefusheto now kind of mobilized, and she fought the first war to have that reversed. And the queen had to abdicate the throne. Those laws had to be reversed, and it was from that point on that women they started to get liberated. She was now the first woman to, in fact, they started to invite her. She became a source of motivation for a lot of Black women across Africa at that time, West Africa and Southern Africa, where a lot of powerful women were also rising up at that time. Women like Miriam Makeba and Nelson Mandela's wife, those were also powerful women. They started inviting her for speeches in different parts of Africa, and she also became a very powerful voice in politics. And she was a member of NCNC, and she fought so hard for the feminine movement in the African perspective. I can't put enough emphasis on that. The feminism in Africa is totally different from what they do in the West. The feminism is designed to help for a woman. The feminist in the African concept is a woman that is saying, I want to reach my full potential so that I can contribute to the home and the society. That's different from the feminism going on in America. I won't go into feminism. That's I can die the next day if I do that, because I know 1,000 women that will come off immediately now to get me. But I mean that was how it started, and she played a great role in influencing her son Fela to transform from an activist to a politician. But unfortunately, she died in that moment of transition, and that really caused a lot of mental torture for Fela. Most of the things he did at that point that went haywire was because of his mother's death. He lost his mom, and he didn't have that guidance again. I will go fully into that details and compare how another house Negro was two house Negroes, in fact. One was this same king, his son. This king did so bad that when they wanted to start a university in Nigeria, they were going to start it in Egbaland, in his domain. And he was given a lot of land to white people for farming and for building projects and things like that. But when they asked for a land for university, he said, no, these my people are already getting difficult. I don't want them to be too educated. Imagine you now having a university here, and black people going to school. See what it will be for me. Just leave them with their ignorance. That was why they cited that university at Ibadan. The initial point of call was Egbaland. But now, when it was the role Hassan played in the 50s to help the successors of the British to remain in power, we're going to go into it in the next session, and the role MKO played in destroying Fela and the Yoruba momentum for his own personal gain as a house Negro. We're also going to go to that in the next session. So let's play for our beautiful sister that came to join us.
That's wonderful. Mr. Bonka. We'll collect some submission now quickly. This is Igbo Nation, and topic of today is who is a house Negro. And we have some persons on the stage, and we will be welcoming some submissions while Bonka have some rest. So we have Keisha on the stage. Keisha is an African American, and I believe that when it comes to House Negro, that's a perspective from there should be at least a particular perspective from African American, and also some other things to tell us or enlighten us on how we can tackle our today's House Negro to make sure that we succeed in our agitation for self-determination. Keisha, you have the floor. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for the invite and allowing me to speak in your space. I will be honest. Again, I'm Keisha. I live in Arkansas in the United States. I am a seed of the slave trade. I will not say that I'm an American. I would say that you guys covered House Negro very, very well. I'm not really sure how much more I can add to it and how to deal with a House Negro. We have them here still. So I don't know that much about how to handle and what you should do about it. I'm not into politics. I am a learner. And I am an observer, so I like to listen and form my own conclusion and deal with people the way that I particularly like to deal with people. When it comes to a House Negro, though, I will say that, and of course, no one really knows if this letter has been an authentic letter to slave masters, but when it comes to House Negro, in the Willie Lynch letters, it pinned people of our color against each other. What I would say about that is it outlined very well on how to keep us separate, and from that, I think that's how we formed the House Negro. But it didn't say how to heal someone from that, and I would call it a condition, because the insecurities and just lack of trust and the want for power. I heard someone mention the movie Django, which is funny because Samuel L. Jackson played a house Negro, but really and truly, he was really a field Negro. Because Willie Lynch, when you think about slavery here, only light-skinned or fair-skinned Negroes were in the house. Niggas that were dark was not in the house. But again, I would say I don't know how collectively we would deal with house Negroes. I just know, me personally, how I would deal with them. And again, I would say thank you for allowing me to speak, and I will go back to listen. I'm here for questions. I'm not very good on speaking on forums, so thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Keisha. You've made a very good point. Do you know, Keisha, wait, I'm coming in a minute. Keisha has actually pinpointed a particular important part of this House Negro thing. She said, how can we heal them? Because we can't just only keep killing them or discarding them or kicking them out of the room. Can we heal them by enlightening them or by showing them some facts? Or can they be healed by becoming a victim of what they are creating or the monster they are creating for their slave master? So how do we heal House Negro? That's a very good point Keisha has made here. We have to talk about that as well. So who else want to make a submission? I think Ify.
I want to ask a question. I want to ask Keisha a question, if possible.
Oh, okay, go ahead. 30 seconds.
No, I just wanted to ask her if she considers Candace Owens a house nigger, the modern type of house niggers.
I'm sorry. Ask me the question
really
again.
Necessary? Is that really necessary?
Yeah,
it's like you're going off the point.
We have. It's not out of the point. She kind of spoke of trying to identify who they are. So I just wanted to make it clear. So, but for me, she is a house nigger. So that's why, I wanted to know if she agrees with it. That's all. So the question was,
you asking me if I identify myself as being a house nigga?
No, not you. Candace Owens, Mrs. Candace Owens. I don't know if.
Oh, Candace Owens.
Yeah.
Is she one?
Yeah. Do you consider as a house nigga?
To be honest, women in those kind of seats, to me, are house niggas. They do nothing for our people. They do nothing for our people. They don't inspire. I mean, I wouldn't say they wouldn't inspire, because some women look at Candace Owens and say she's a great woman. But I look at our people as a nation. What have they done for us? I don't look at myself as an individual. I look at me as we. So women and even men in those positions who do not raise Black communities and bring us together or do anything for us are house niggas. It's just simple.
Hey, I just want to add to what Keisha is saying with regards to the Django, the character in Django. He happened to be a Black guy. She's absolutely correct. They usually prefer the lighter skin. When you look at actually Birth of a Nation is a bit. I don't know if you've seen Birth of a Nation. Anyone here who's seen Birth of a Nation would see the character in that film. It's in terms of color, it's closer to the house nigger or house Negro that was used in during American slavery. But I think that the reason why the character in Django stands out so much is because he just Samuel Jackson captured that essence very well in the way it was written. They wrote it in a way that, as Malcolm X was explaining, the house Negro would even sacrifice himself for the sake of the master. I think it's kind of it's kind of dicey when you get into modern day house Negro, because that kind of moves us in America anyway. That kind of moves us more towards an American conversation than the context of what we're trying to deal with in terms of what's happening in Nigeria. But I'll just leave it at that for now. Bonka, I'm still coming back for you, so continue.
Can I say one more? I would like to chime in.
Please don't come back for Bonka. If you have your 3 minutes, please.
Alright, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm driving, so that's why. I wanted to talk on what Chimmy said, because when Chimmy mentioned Ifejiano, a lot of people kind of shut him down and said that he wasn't. But she was actually right when he called Ifejiano's name as a house Negro, because he was in the beginning of the Biafran War. Because he actually fought for the Biafrans. A lot of people have this misconception that he was it's not a misconception, because technically he was, because he did fight for the Biafran War. But in the beginning, before the Biafran,
please, brother, careful when rapping that.
Too much, because as the voice is too fast. You had to do this.
Oh, that's just how I talk. Okay,
if you slow down,
I'll slow down. That's how I talk. I will slow down. So what I'm trying to say is that before the Biafran, at the beginning of the Biafran War, immediately after he was released from prison, he did attempt another coup. They'll try to start the Biafran secession. He actually attempted to kill Ojukwu during this coup. The reason why he did that is what makes me laugh whenever people talk about all this, the people that did the coup weren't fighting for Nigeria. But the reason why he did that was because he was a very huge proponent of one Nigeria. He believed in that country like ridiculously. And even though after he got out of prison, Igbo people were being killed during that time, he still thought that Ojukwu attempting to remove Igbo people from Nigeria was not a positive action. So he did attempt to actually stop that action. Unfortunately, he wasn't successful in it, and eventually he did end up fighting for Biafra. So that's why Chimmy mentioned his name, because in the beginning he was, I guess you could say, a house Negro, but he eventually changed his perspective on things. So that's all I wanted to mention.
Okay, that's wonderful. Please, somebody mute your mics. Someone is
speak your mind, please. Quickly. Okay, if that's a good one, please. Who else want to make a submission? Okay, Obonna, and Mide. So after Obonna and Mide, we go back to the session.
Jimmy, you're in the matrix. Just mute for now.
Thank you. I just wanted to. Someone talked about curing house Negroes. I just wanted to point out one house Negro that had been cured of his sickness. And anyone can Google the man, Philip Asiodu. Philip Asiodu was one of the super civil servants of those days. He was an Igbo man from Delta State who chose to be on the side of Biafra during the Civil War. I mean, he also went abroad to campaign. I mean, Gowon sent him abroad to campaign for One Nigeria and also push propaganda abroad. But what Philip Asiodu did not know that while he was abroad campaigning for One Nigeria, the Nigerian troops had entered Asaba and were massacring people in what is known today as the Asaba massacre in Delta State. And his junior brother, and this is what house Negroes don't know, eventually he gets to touch everybody. He gets to touch you, he gets to touch me, he gets to touch everyone. Just like Akintola, when he was helping the MPC or MPN at that time, foist or make sure that there was widespread destruction in the Southwest. He didn't know that one of the reasons that the coup was carried out was because of what was happening in the Southwest that time. So what house people don't know is that when they are carrying out their destruction, it eventually comes around to touch them. So Philip Asiodu was somewhere abroad campaigning for One Nigeria, and then the Nigerian troops entered Asaba and killed his brother, Sidney Asiodu, who was an Olympic athlete. And, well, I just want to tell you that Philip Asiodu was cured of his sickness, of his house Negro sickness, and he eventually understood what the Biafran cause was. So anyone can Google up Philip Asiodu, and then you get to know more about him. Thank you.
Master, there's something I need to remind us is that when you are intending to cure a house Negro, most times, curing a house Negro always comes after the damage has been done, and that is a very risky venture. That's a very risky venture you cannot want to make. You know, I'm not saying it is impossible to cure them, but most times the thing that cures them is the event that unfolds in their very before, and that's after the damage has been done. So at this point, I don't think it's safe to endeavor in that venture, please.
Hey, Master, the question I asked, you said you noted it down. Can somebody answer it?
Yeah. You asked about the Niger Delta and why Ojukwu installed what's his name again Okay, now I think we'll ask that question maybe after one Boka is done. So who else? Okay, Mide is next person. Mide had a 3-minute submission about how Negro and how he can heal them and not being affected or not being consumed by their foolishness.
Yeah, it's a major problem. It's a fundamental flaw. I like what Kisha said about the fact that fundamentally the people that are these house Negroes, they are suffering from insecurity. And there's nobody that personally, or that I'm pretty sure everybody knows that has insecurity issues that didn't have some major battle while growing up as a child. It could be from maybe some form of abuse or something. So fundamentally, they don't like themselves. It's almost like even a pitiful situation to an extent, because someone that doesn't like himself, how would he like his brothers? So I would just like for us, view people like that from that perspective. First of all, to actually be in a conscious state of sabotage against your own people. You're suffering from insecurity, and then you try to understand the symptoms of insecurity as being some form of childhood trauma and fundamentally self-hate. Then you'll be able to, maybe if you approach them from that angle, because to real people you need to first understand them. So yeah.
Can I say something?
Okay, one more person, please. Yeah, your papa. Go ahead.
Like
people like Sheye, whose only reason was because he has a house in Warri. That was the only reason he doesn't want a Yoruba nation, you know. That kind of person, maybe until something bad happened to his family or his brother or his sister, or maybe they burn his farm or they destroy his house in Abeokuta. Until then, he will not learn not to be a house Negro, you know. I think some of them, they learn by experience. Once they experience, maybe by that time, they will stop attacking this movement. That was what a woman told a woman who lived the experience of his brother who has been kidnapped for more than how many months now, was telling Prince the other time that if you will experience that kind of pain that she is experiencing, and he kept crying everywhere, you know. So the point is that until that thing that people are feeling, until that thing happened to them, most of them don't learn not to betray their brothers. Some of them, they only think of themselves. They don't think collectively, like Kisha said. They don't think of us, they think of I. And that is what is blindfolding them.
So your papa,
Thank you,
I think whenever you're having that conversation with Shay, you remind him of Dave Chukwuemeka Ojukwu, whose father was I think the richest man in West Africa at that point. And he understood that if he remained in Nigeria at that point, Nigeria was going to destroy his people. His father had properties in Ikoyi and every part of Nigeria, but he still left all those things in Nigeria to go and fight for his people, because he understood what would happen if the Nigerian state was got his hands on, or the Nigerian state carried out what it had in mind against the Igbo people. So I think whenever you're having that conversation with Shay again, just remind him of Ojukwu, who abandoned all his father's wealth in Nigeria to defend his people. Thank you.
My response to him yesterday, I told him, I will buy that your property in Warri, I will buy it.
All right, so one more person, so we can go back to one more person to submit.
I want to say that house Negroes are usually unrepentant. It's a Jimmy, give me a second, please. Oh, sorry. It is nearly impossible.
Jimmy, please go out and come back. Your network is bad, though. It's kind of scrabbling. How do I put it? Go ahead.
It is nearly impossible to rehabilitate a house Negro. It is almost impossible. Why? Because they are driven by a very selfish desire for self-preservation. It is what they will eat and how they will survive that motivates them fundamentally. And they lack the ability to balance their own interest with the interest of the group. It's an extremely selfish trait. And so in the mind of an house Negro, he's calculating that he has to side with those who he thinks are in power and who have a higher, who with the status quo, against those who are trying to overthrow the status quo in favor of their own people. So if you understand that point, it is nearly impossible to rehabilitate a house Negro until the power shifts, or until they themselves are now facing the very harm that they were hoping to avoid. They won't find if everybody else is damaged, as long as they are secured and they can live in prosperity. But when the very prosperity and security that they were hoping to have by siding with the oppressor is now turned upon them, and then they truly then have their eyes open because it is their selfish interest that drives them. That's why in most cases, the house Negro will never turn around until they suffer the pain that everybody else has been suffering all along. So it is nearly impossible. And I don't think it's a lost cause to attempt to change the man himself house Negro, because he has calculated his odds. If someone is on the fence about the movement, that's different. Those guys are not house Negroes. They can be educated, they can be informed, and they can come to their senses. But if someone who has concluded that they're going to selfishly preserve themselves by selling everybody else out, you will never be able to turn them around until their fortune changes.
Thank you so much. Jimmy, is your network good now? Or should we go back to Bunker? Jimmy, are you there? Okay, I think we have to go back to Bunker, Bobby. Jimmy, go out and come back. I suggest you go out and come back, please. We will have to go back to Bunker.
Can you hear me?
We cannot. Your network is very you cannot. Just go out and come back. Yeah. So I will quickly say that to me,
The only thing I want to say, this issue of Niger Delta, let's start closing it out of our heart. This Niger Delta.
Darling, we will come there. Darling, we will come there. This is actually a very sensitive topic. So, but to me, the only thing I want to say is that I prefer identifying house Negro and also profiling them to the public. That's a very good way to hail them. Let people know that they are traitors. No matter who they are, even if they are uncles or your brothers or your sisters or your pastor, just always stand by the side of the truth. Call them out. That's the other way to be able to be safe from house Negro. That's my own submission, though. And that's what I think is the right thing to do. So right now in this clubhouse, if you see any Igbo person that is a house Negro, please tell me the person, myself, come after that person to let everybody know that this guy is on the side of those going to our villages, killing and raping our women, and also let people know he is a house Negro, so that whatever he's trying to convince you in anything, you can be able to say it to his face and also get rid of him, right? So, or get rid of his argument. So please, I want all of us to ping our followers, ping all your followers into this room now. It's about to get hotter because we have the great Bonka, the historian here. It's about to get hotter because he's going to connect the whole history with the recent time or contemporary history now, and now bring it down to this clubhouse events and also this struggle we are fighting for our liberation and also for our freedom from a failed state, a contraption, a devilish investment for 100 years that couldn't give any water to its people. So ping all your followers to come in, ping all your followers, they have to get the information to be safe. Bonka, you have the floor. Go ahead, big brother.
Okay, go ahead. How's my network now? How's my network now? Is it still bad? All right.
No, I think it's quite better now, though.
Yes. Should we play Malcolm X Step again for 5 minutes? It's only a 5 minute thing.
I think.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Go download it from YouTube. It's there on YouTube.
Okay.
So let's quickly play it. I need it to lighten up our discourse.
Okay, all right. So I want to, as you're listening to it, especially when it says a house Negro does not like freedom. When you tell the house Negro break away, he says break away to where? I like the crumbs I'm eating from the master's table. Everything this man is saying, let's figure out how to relate it to what is happening among the Alatenojes, which the Igbos call the Efulefus among us.
To understand this, you have to go back to what young brother here referred to as the house Negro and the field Negro back during slavery. There was two kinds of slaves. There was the house Negro and the field Negro. The house Negro, they lived in the house with masters. They dressed pretty good. They ate good because they ate his food. Because he left. They lived in the attic or the basement, but still they lived near their master. And they loved their master more than the master loved himself. They would give their life to save their master's house quicker than the master would. The house Negro, if the master said, we got a good house here, the house Negro said, yeah, we got a good house here. Whenever the master said, he said, we. That's how you can tell a house Negro. If the master's house caught on fire, the house Negro would fight harder to put the blaze out than the master would. If the master got sick, the house Negro would say, what's the matter, boss? Rudy's sick. Rudy's sick. He identified himself with his master more than his master identified with himself. And if you came to the house Negro and said, let's run away, let's escape, let's separate, the house Negro would look at you and say, man, you crazy. What do you mean separate? Where is there a better house than this? Where can I wear better clothes than this? Where can I eat better food than this? That was that house Negro. In those days, he was called a house nigger. And that's what we call him today, because we still got some house niggers running around here.
modern house Negro loves his master. He wants to live near it. He'll pay 3 times as much as the house is worth just to live near his master. And then brag about, I'm the only Negro out here. I'm the only one on my job. I'm the only one in this school doing nothing but a house Negro. And if someone come to you right now and say, let's separate, you saw the same thing that the house Negro said on the black picture. What you mean separate? From America? This good white man? Why you gonna get a better job than you get here? I mean,
so that I don't understand how it so relates to when you said when you go to the house Negro and say let's separate, it says, are you crazy? Where do we get the better food? Where do we get better clothes? Where do we get better jobs? That is what the house Negro is. You go to a house Negro and say, let's break away and have the do and Biafra. They say, are you crazy? Don't you know that we are little kids and it's the Fulani people that make us behave? If we go our separate ways, the Anambra man will fight the Imo man. The Imo State man will fight the Auchi man. The Jasha man will fight the Ijebu man. The Oyo man will fight the Egba man. That is the language of the house Negro. That is the language of the house Negro. It's the same everywhere in the world. The pattern does not change. It's the dynamics that change. Well, with the house Negro in America is not different from the house Negro in Nigeria. Black Scorpion was a black Negro, was a house Negro. Adekunle Benjamin. When he was doing all that thing, he was doing it with so much devotion, so much nationalistic sentiments. Reality turned on him after the war and they disgraced him out of power. First, they made sure he was put out of the military. They gave him a civilian administration. And in the end, at the end of the time, they disgraced him out. He lived, I met him in person, spoke with him, with my dad. I think it was, I don't remember the date, but many years back. And you could see the pain. And you know that he ended up marrying an Igbo man, an Igbo woman, excuse me. And he actually joined the Igbo party. He was doing everything to kind of kill his conscience. He died with a very powerful guilt. But at that time, he thought he was doing something nationalistic. And this is what happens when it's like they use an opium on you. And then when they're done with you, they just leave you to your shame, to your disgrace. And, it becomes a very, very sad episode. Another very strange house Negro, which, of course, when I say this, you will find it very controversial. Nelson Mandela was a house Negro. Shocking as that sounds, right? This was a man.
No interjection. Linda, if anybody interjects, move that person down.
It's fine. I mean, if it's not rowdy, but yeah. Now, people will look at Mandela today and celebrate him because we don't understand the concept of the house Negro. Shortly before, when they saw that the whole world was going to turn against them, someone like Nelson Mandela was supposed to stand his ground to the end, even if it meant death to him, even if it meant whatever it meant, right? This man has been in prison for how many years? 20-something years. The whole world was already buying into their cause. The militant nations like Cuba and Libya was ready to supply them arms. Either the British, the Europeans liked it or not, it would have ended in defeat for them. Now, what did they do? They isolated Mandela from his people, from the other activists, and then they started negotiating with him. And they started telling him, okay, we are going to stop the apartheid, and we're going to allow free and fair elections, but these are our conditions. You have to guarantee us that we won't be prosecuted for what we did, we won't be punished for everything. They agreed to all of that. Now, what happened afterwards? They did exactly what happened in Nigeria. they created a constitution. And in that constitution, they now legalized appetite. Just like, you see, all the things that you call 1999 constitution was legalizing military decrees. If you pick the constitution and dissect it, and you look at all the decrees that was done by Babangida and Abacha, including the decree for 13% derivation, the decree against ethnic stuffs, almost everything you see there was a military decree, from security votes that started with Babangida to all the states that were created. I mean, you can name 1,000 things and you'll see the pattern. It's just right there. To the NNPC oil subsidy, when now they gave that decree and they gave it to Mandela. And then the man that was now kind of rising and supposed to be his rival, I think his name was Ruto, something Ruto, if I remember correctly. The leader of the militant arm, he got killed. And then they now put Mandela on the center stage. And then they now made him swear on the constitution that now transforms the apartheid ideology from the whites controlling to black controlling, but still with the white in power economically. And that was why they could not reverse poverty in South Africa till today. And that was why when Mandela was going to die, he said, listen guys, the struggle is not over, the struggle still continues. That is the concept of a house Negro. You make a compromise, and in exchange for power, you throw your people under the bus one way or the other. These are very important lessons that we're trying to learn from our time, and we're not trying to denigrate these people, but we're only trying to mention their mistakes, which some of you may not agree with, some of you may kind of have sympathy, but the truth, history in this context will always speak the truth. Now, we're going back to Madam Kuti. Now, this Oba Ademola's son, when they wanted to put the Fulani people in power, they realized that these people will not be able to hold the things together because they did not have the manpower, the intellectual capacity to handle things legally. So they wanted someone in the legal field that will help them in the judiciary to be able to hold on to power. Guess who they went to? This same king we were speaking about earlier, they brought his son and made him the Chief Justice. His name was Justice Adetokunbo Ademola. Now, what did he do? The first thing he did was ensure that the military power and all the powers that were given to Zik as the head of state was transferred back to the federal government. So he took the military powers and all of that and brought it back and gave it back to Tafawa Balewa. When Awolowo was causing all the trouble he was causing, he was part of the people that was being used to kind of frustrate his efforts. He was one of the people that was judicially telling him that, listen, if you go into any trouble, I won't be here to save you. When he was put in prison, they were still trying to beg him because the Western region was still on fire, and they realized one thing about the Yoruba people. When they've accepted someone as their leader, you can never change that. They never turn their back on the leader until he's dead or until he does not merit that leadership anymore. It's hard for Yoruba people to accept someone as a leader, but the moment they accept someone, it's always hard. So they started sending people to him in prison that they are going to grant his pardon. And Ademola was part of the people that went to him and said he was going to review his case on the condition that when he comes back, he will stop antagonizing the Fulani government, and he was going to fold back the opposition, and he was going to stop every attempt to build a coalition with Igbos, which was something the Fulani has always feared, even till today, an Igbo-Yoruba alliance. So that was how that case ended, but I mean, that was a house Negro concept again. Now, when Fela was becoming very powerful, and he started out with music, and
Fela didn't know that music, he started saying music was a weapon when he realized that the songs he was singing and the way he was using political situations in the country to write music was actually gaining influence outside the country, not only in Nigeria. Powerful people were trying to relate with him. Powerful people were trying to connect to him. Now, when they wanted to do something in the late 1970s, I think it was 1975 or 1976, it was called the Fresh Stack stuff. That was when Miriam Makeba, all these American singers, and all of them showed up. Was Fresh Stack 75? I think it was 76. 77. Oh, Fresh Stack 77, yeah. So, at that time, he was really antagonizing the government. So they said Fela was not going to be part of Fresh Start. But to the surprise of a lot of people, all the guys that showed up for Fresh Start, all of them just started going to the shrine when they saw that Fela was not going to come. So the energy of Fresh Start was actually more noticed in the shrine than it was on the Fresh Start in the Fresh Start arena itself. People like Stevie Wonder and people like all these people came to the shrine. And then that was when he released his first song. He started talking a lot about the things that were going wrong in the country. And he now released his song that was titled Zombie. And Zombie was a very, how do I put this? It really kind of, it made the soldiers look like idiots that don't have a mind of their own. And it was done around the time when the foreign observers were around and all that, and that really embarrassed the government. And so he was already transforming at this point to a politician. He started a newspaper called Yap Newspaper, and he was now kind of, because they were trying to uplift the ban on political parties, and he was one of the people that was trying to register a party. And the party then, he called it the Movement of the People. And that was when you see Fela always kind of holding his hands in two fists. He would raise it up like two fists up in the air. So they came into Kalatakuta Republic. They did a lot of damages there, very graphic damages, did a lot to the women there, and that did something that would lead to the death of his mother, who was the strong influence. They call her Yaje, Mother Witch, because of the way she had so much influence on her son and how she was guiding him and how everything she was telling him was leading to some very powerful success on his side. Now, after this and the mother's death, that really affected him, but he was still going on strong. When he started that movement of the people, he was registered in 15 states and he was pulling a lot of crowds. Now, Obasanjo got very scared because he felt like this man, with the momentum he's going, he might end up trying to revenge for the death of his mother, especially when the movement of the people included carrying a coffin and taking it to the damn barracks. That was one hell of a rascal, Fela Kuti. Well, and he took it to front, and Obasanjo got angry that he was going to mobilize people to come to the gate and actually kind of shoot people to death, including Fela himself. But the person that saved the day at that time was Babangida's. Why am I having brain freeze? Vatsa, Babangida's friend. Vatsa. Yeah, he was the one that came out and saved that day and told people not to shoot and begged Fela to please leave that place and go home with the coffin he had in his hand. But now they realized that we need to stop this man. And how are we going to stop him? What can we do? So they now found out a house Negro that can help them. And his name was MKO Abiola. Now, there was a record label that Fela was working with. The record label was called Decca Records, DECCA. The chairman of that record label was MKO. So they told him and they said, listen, we want to destroy Fela. We don't know how to do it, but the only way to stop him from transforming himself from an activist through music to a politician is to drain his financial source. And you're the only one that can help us. Of course, MKO jumped to the bait immediately.
and he froze all of his licenses, froze all of his music, cancelled all of his contracts, and stopped all the royalties that were going to him, and that financially ruined Fela Kuti. And of course, they said he placed the curse on him. He placed the curse on him, and placed the curse on Yar'Adua, and placed the curse on Obasanjo. All three of them played an important role in his destruction in the 70s. That they will all die miserable deaths in the hands of this same enemy, the Nigerian government. But one of them was able to escape from what we see, Obasanjo. But the other two, so is it that this curse happened or not? Nobody really knows, but that's what he wrote in his biography, that he placed the cross on them. And that was even long, and those things happened even after he had died, So that was how they were able to ruin him financially, and he was not able to do it with the help of a house Negro, and he didn't make any money again until the foreign countries started inviting him to do gigs abroad. The festival at Berlin, the Egypt 80, and all, and I think there was another one in France in the early 80s. That was when his wealth started coming back again. But by that time, the government had gotten back to the military, so politics was not in the game anymore. And until he died, I don't think we went back to a civilian government by that time. Another very good use that MKO Abiola was in the hands of the enemy was when Awolowo was trying to become president in the early 80s, and he formed the party UPN, and he had very good prospects of being a president at that time. Unfortunately, by that time, the negative air between the Igbos and Yorubas had gone very bad. If not, nobody could have been a good match for Awolowo if Igbos, because Igbos used to have great admiration for him in the early 60s. What messed all that up was the coup, or was the aftermath of the coup and the role he played in the Civil War. But if it was the love that Igbos had for him in the early 60s before the Biafra War that was still resonating at the time in the late 70s, there was no way anybody would have made a formidable opponent to Awolowo easily, because he was a greatly revered man for his wisdom. And even MKO Abiola, please, can you mute?
Please, if you come up to the stage, mute your mic. Let me turn off the mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So even Ojukwu said, this was the best president that Nigeria never had. Because they knew that he was great, but his resume was not so good because of the emotions involved in you being a part of a government that saw to the death of hundreds of thousands of people. And of course, you can't blame Igbos for having that view. If I was an Igbo man, of course, I would have that view. Just like if I was a Yoruba man, and I believe that somebody played a role in the decimation of my people, regardless of the merit from the other side, of course, I would not be happy about that. So I would be a hypocrite to be here and judge an Igbo man for having whatever stance he has for Awolowo. But does that mean we still don't respect him from a Yoruba perspective? Absolutely not. He's still our hero because of what he represents in the Yoruba context. But that was what happened at that time. But he now still wanted to use the Middle Belt and the Midwest and the South to his advantage, as well as some factions in the North, the Aminu Kanu faction, and Waziri in the Northeast, who was a great admirer of Obafemi Awolowo and was willing to work with him. So they saw him as a big threat, the Northern establishment. The House Negro that was able to help them to get rid of Awolowo. I don't want to talk about the lawyers, the Yoruba lawyers they used to manipulate the 12-to-3 situation to make sure there was no rerun election. But then this House Negro that they used against him was this same man called MKO Abiola, the man Yoruba people respect as an accidental hero today. So what did he do? He became the financier of NPN. He financed and bankrolled Shagari into power, and then he opened a newspaper company, and then started doing a lot of things to destroy Awolowo's reputation. He started declaring all of Awolowo's assets. Awolowo was a very rich man, stupendously rich. He had shares in a lot of blue chip companies. He had a lot of silent underground businesses, real estate, but he kept them very mute. He didn't speak a lot about his wealth. Concord started doing that and started opening that up. And there was a vast piece of land that he had at a place called Morocco, and he had the Diolu estate at that time. And Shagari, unlike today where there are Godfather syndromes, the governor of Lagos at that time, Jakonde, was actually going to go after him and seize those lands. That was when people operated on principles, because they were like, no, when we all came to you, what you told us was that we should concentrate on people, that we should devote our leadership to human emancipation, and we should not even think of amassing private wealth. So you must lead us by example, and we're going to take your lands. So they were going to take his lands at Morocco, but what he did was that he took the land and then kind of put it under. Finally, Mr. MK decided to come up. Thank you. Well, so he took the land and put it under his wife's estate at the Morocco. But that's just to say about what Concord was doing. And that really hurt Awolowo a lot. And he actually placed a cross on him that you will see that presidency, but you will never sit on that throne. You will look at that throne close to you, and his name is Kashimawo. And Kashimawo in English means we shall see. So he used his name to place a curse on him, that we shall see if you would ever rule. So now, what happened shortly after he has done all the things? He went an extra mile. Awolowo was a grassroots politician. So he was more of a grassroots up person, unlike people like Tinubu, who are more elitist, and they go from the top down. So they take the guys on the top and then exploit the system and then throw some crumbs down for people. It's the difference. That was Awolowo. He goes to the market women. He goes to the motor park people, the chairmen of garage, and he goes to the farmers in the village, and then he does a grassroots up politics, which worked well for him. So one of the powerful bases for him was the transporters, the chairman of motor garage. So this was what MK Abiola did in his desperation to destroy that power base. He worked with the federal government to found the NURTW, Nigerian Union of Road Transport Workers, and now made it an official institution, and now used that to destroy Awolowo's power base in all the motor parks. They started taking everybody that was pro Awolowo, of chairmen of motor parks and garages, and they now started replacing them with people that were loyal to the NPN party. Shortly before things fell out between him and his friends, he was going to penetrate the market women as well, and he was going to penetrate the rural areas, just like Penkelemes did in the early 1950s as well, when he was going to all those rural areas and trying to tell those people that don't let Awolowo come and take your children to school. If they start taking your children to school, you will not be able to have farm hands anymore. Which, of course, Awolowo checkmated by building a mechanized farming divisions and telling them that, look, we will run this like a cooperative, and you can always come and get these things to do your farm for you. You don't need farm labor. But anyway, that was how the NURTW came, and that was how they were able to destroy Awolowo's power base. But immediately when it was close to the time of the election, the slave masters. You know one thing about slave masters, no matter how much you slave for them, they will never allow you to sit as equals with them on the table. They will still always consider you as below them, and you must always accept that you're below them for this to work. That is where the mulatto concept comes from. The mulatto concept comes from the Portuguese, where we need to be able to do a kind of thing. What's that?
Bonka, your mic has gone that bad.
Oh wow, you can't hear me.
Okay, come closer to the mic, I think.
We can hear him.
Okay. I think it's your earphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Go.
Yeah. So the mulatto concept started with the Portuguese. They started down. That was what we have now is the oil, crude oil. What they had then was sugarcane. Sugarcane was the money-making machine of that time, and they started building sugarcane plantations in Africa. There was one very popular island off the coast of West Africa that was the first colony of the Portuguese. I think the name escaped me now, but it was a sugarcane. They used it to build sugarcane, and they were bringing all the black people from the interiors of Congo, the Kingdom of Congo of that time, and they were bringing them.
Are you talking about Barbados?
No, not the Barbados. This is Africa. It's off the coast of Nigeria actually, but between Nigeria and Congo, there's this popular island that has oil now. No, not Cape Verde. I'm going to remember.
Sao Tome and Principe.
Sao Tome.
No, I think it's Equatorial
Guinea.
Yeah, it was Equatorial. Yeah. This was
we have Igbos there, right? Go ahead anyway.
Yes, they were taken there during the Biafra War, and so many of them were also taken to Gabon. In fact, there was an Igbo president there was a Igbo man that was president at Gabon, who he was part of the people taken away. In fact, Ojukwo's friend, that British guy that came to cover the stuff, he was actually telling him to migrate to Guinea, to that Equatorial Guinea at some point, that there were a lot of Igbos there and they would embrace him there and he would be able to set the pace and continue the struggle. But at that time,
let's not digress. Just go ahead with the other one.
Okay. Okay, so they had a sugarcane plantation there and they started bringing a lot of black people there. And when they brought those blacks, they were actually rebelling against the whites, and the whites did not know how to control them. So they wanted house Negroes. So what they did was they went to their king and they said, what is the way out of this? So the king said, take their women and rape them. But those children will not be bastards. They will not be accepted as equals to you, the white people, but then they would be considered as above the black people. So that was when the house Negro, that was actually the original foundation of the house Negro concept. That was where it came from. So these guys had special privileges that they did not want to lose, but at the same time, they accepted that they will not be equal to the whites. So that is what happens to people like Prince, people like Akintola, people like MKO. No, not even MKO. MKO was a little bit ambitious. But people like Prince, people like Akintola, they are happy to be house Negroes. Just give me the power to be able to control things in between, but I will accept you as my superior and I will never compete with you. That's the house Negro concept in that context. But now with MKO Abiola's case, when he has done all that, they promised him that he will be president after then, and the guy swallows the lie. So they now brought in a guy whose name, he brought in that Shagari, he brought in a guy whose name was Umaru Diko. Umaru Diko was now given the access to some corridors of power to be able to make wealth independent of MKO. That was when they started kind of doing what you call like the rice thing that Dangote does now, where they will give him special privilege to be the only one that can import it. They gave that to Umaru Diko as the man in charge of transportation at that time. And from there, he could build a lot of wealth. And they did not need MKO Abiola's money to now do the next campaign. So they called him to their office and said, "House nigga, how are you? Sit down. You are not going to be president anymore. That deal is off the table. But we can still be nice and give you an oil block just to compensate you for all you did." And you know, he has that stubbornness. And so he said, "No, that's not going to happen. The deal stands, and you're either going to make me president or I'm going to scatter the table." That was how everything scattered off. They used the house Negro and dumped him. It leads to a lot of hurt, a lot of disappointment on his part, and that was one of the reasons why he was financed the coup that will get Shagari out of power eventually with the help of Babangida. That's another concept of a house Negro. Now, my last story of a house Negro will be the story of Sholagberu. Then we will talk about the field Negroes, and I'm only going to talk about 4 people, and among them will be Opara and Nnamdi Kanu. So the field is open again for people who want to contribute. Thanks.
Okay. Oh, thank you so much, Bonka. Bonka, you've tried so well. That's a wonderful one. Let me refresh the house quickly before we now take submissions. Okay, everyone, this is Igbo Nation, and I want you to click the green icon to follow the house so that you can get all the notification of our an amazing event here. Then today's topic is, who is the house Negro? I believe you've heard all Bonka has said historically about house Negro and how house Negro can destroy people, can decimate its own people. So I want to be taking PTR or people that wants to make submission. I don't know if you really want to make a submission. Please pump your mic, especially those that are new on the stage. I brought your new one. Then enter box 2. Please mind your number. I brought your new one. Enter box 2. Then who else? Who else? Pump your mic, please. And okay. I think we are. I've gotten 2 persons. So, but before you go ahead to make your submission, please, I want to announce this. On this Igbo Nations, we'll be having a special history segment about our hero, Dick Tiger, who was born as, his name is Richard. He's a boxer, a legendary boxer, and how he was able to build his own legacy, and also he stands for his Igbo people during the Biafra genocide, and how he was able to abandon all his achievements in the UK. He lived in UK. What's the name of the place again? And he came back during the war and fought on the side of his people. He built a great legacy. Then we was also link it to what happens to today's athletics in Igbo land, and why are we not having champions like the Tiger as boxers? Thank you guys so much. Then let's go ahead. Please, you have your floor now. 3 minutes. Any box, are you ready? You can go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I won't take much time though. I just wanted correct what Bonka said. Maybe he was kind of trying to explain something about the Igbos in Equatorial Guinea. I think those guys, they went from Arochukwu down to that island like a long time ago. It wasn't during the Biafra War. They're actually considered a tribe in Guinea Equatorial today. I just wanted to correct that.
Okay. Yeah, all right. So the next person is where is he? Bayomi, you're next. You have 3 minutes to make submission. Go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk. I just wanted to ask Mr. Bonka about the story of MKO was saying that, then we used to hear MKO was actually in charge of digitalization of Nigeria.
ITT.
And then ITT, if I'm correct.
Yes.
So, to buttress the point we've all been saying since, because of this house Negro called MKO, Nigeria has failed to digitalize its telecommunications, which is what we are paying for now. 20 years after, or over 20 years after, we are still paying for it because of believing in a house Negro. I just wanted to bring out that point, that the dangers of house Negroes, like we've all been saying, is something very damaging to the future generations coming up. So the earlier we identify them, the better it is for the future of our nations. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. We have MK. MK, you're welcome to this very amazing topic today on Igbo Nation. I believe you have a contribution to make concerning about when we talk about House Negro, and also how you can link it to the people we saw on Clubhouse today, how they are helping the enemies to blackmail us, to do all sorts of things to shut us up. So we also have Ayola, we have Eniola, we have about 3 new persons on stage. So let's start with MK. MK, you can have your 3-minute submission.
Thank you very much. I think the concept is probably...
Your network is bad. After you ask the question, go out and come back. Your network is bad, please. Go ahead, MK, please.
Okay. I want to say that the issue have been dealt with, but I will deepen it into history so that we know that it's a reoccurrence of a concept that is deep into history and religion. So when you go into Egypt and you look at the relationship between the Hebrew people and the Egyptian people, which incidentally both groups are black people, the Semitic people and the Hamitic people. Hebrew people were Semitic and they were Negroes, and the Egyptians or the Kemetic people were also black people. They were also Hamitic blacks versus Semitic blacks. And one of the things you see in that framework is the issue of the taskmasters. The Hebrew taskmasters were taken out of the out of the Hebrew people, and they mediated the slave culture of the Egyptians under that regime of Pharaoh. Incidentally, there was a prince, a heir to the throne, another heir of the pharaohs to the throne, and I think we will see that concept too in what Gonka has said. So that Pharaoh Moses, I mean, some of us will probably who read history will know him that it was not Moses in the annals of Kemetic history, particularly with the work that Sheikh Anta Diop of Senegal did and established that one of the pharaohs who we knew was supposed to be Pharaoh Moses and Pharaoh Joseph. In fact, a lot of artifacts have been brought out to show people like Pharaoh Joseph and his representation in coins and so on. That was when slavery had not emerged. That was when we were seeing that the Egyptians needed the wisdom of Pharaoh to establish the throne. But over time, when that was established, we saw that subsequent pharaohs now, from a biblical perspective and indeed from all other historical perspective, we saw how so this concept has been there. The Egyptian taskmasters, you saw a situation where Moses attempted to go and defend the pharaohs of the Egyptians and the Hebrew people who were under the burden of Pharaoh. And then even the people he went to go and liberate says, have you come to kill me the way you killed this guy and buried him and so on? That's what made Moses went on exile, which like some of us are probably right now on exile trying to organize the re-entry of the process into, and some of us will return in the company of Moses to liberate our people, whether outside or inside. So exile is part of the process of liberation movement, so that you can conceptually recognize that some of the roles we'll be playing will be evident in the time coming that we're actually fulfilling a pattern in history. And there will be a time when we'll probably be discussing these issues in detail from that perspective, and what we'll be able to see how ancient Egypt and ancient Babylon relate with America today, and America which is represented in this thing as the land of Egypt and Pharaoh in prophecy. When you begin to look at it, it's a metaphor. American nation is a metaphor for prophecy of Egypt and Hebrew, and we'll show it very clearly so that historically and prophetically you can see that it is a season of the liberation of the black races from the Caucasian dominations and this house slavery, or what in those times would have been called taskmasters, Pharaoh's taskmasters, picked out from the Hebrew. So you begin to deepen the concept and recognize that it's a normal pattern in history. And I think that Goka has gone ahead to identify character traits and personalities who lived under that attributes. And interestingly, I have often said that people like, what's his name? Mandela had that attribute. We've seen it currently as we find it in Tinubu. We see it currently as we find it in President Olusegun Obasanjo. We see it in various degrees. We see it found in Timisilva, Rotimi Amechi, Omo Agege, and all that. All these type of people are taskmasters. They are Godwin Emefiele and Ayade, who has just joined them today, and Imo State Governor Uzodinma, and what's the other one from Ebonyi State, and so on and so forth. These are taskmasters who will serve the interest of this thing. They are playing their role. They are playing their role in history, but the fact is that we will defeat them. Because it is in the history of the design of God and nature that we are being raised to defeat them. We are the people, we are the Calebs and the Joshuas of our time who will defeat these people and liberate our people. We will not only liberate them from the hold of the external hold in Egypt, but we will defeat them through the wilderness when we will try to remove the concept of Israel, the whole concept of Egypt out of their minds. Conceptually, I'm not talking historically, but conceptually, we will defeat the mentality. We call it the Egyptian mentality, where they long for the cumins and onions and all that of Egypt, and they preferred to go back to that slavery than to move ahead and go and conquer the promise. Our promise is before us, the promise of self-determination, the promise of creating a society of our choice, and these concepts we must lay clearly in our minds. And that is why I always say that look at things from concepts, look at things from theories, look at things from principles, and use them to your advantage, because that is what nature is designed for. Not use them to enslave your people. Use them to there are, take for instance, you can't play with the Maccabees, because Nnamdi Kanu played the typical role of the Maccabees played in the Roman Empire, which was another expression of Egypt and Babylon in the emergence of history. And at some point, because we must deal with the religious people and find a way to make them understand their own text in what we call there are two types of justice. There is the liberation theology, for if you understand liberation theology very well, and there is also the instead of the retributive justice, we're talking of redemptive justice. We must understand the concept of redemptive justice or liberation theology, which we will probably in due course use to attack and raise and liberate the dogmatic-minded religious people and make them understand where they are in history. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. That's a wonderful one. We have to. Okay, well, who do you want to ask questions? Is it Bonka or MK?
Bonka.
Okay. No, Bonka is resting. So let's get 2 more submissions before you ask the question. We want 2 more submissions from the new guys on the stage. We have Olamide Waju, then we have Ayola and Val. So let me start with Val. Val, you have your submission, 3 minutes, concerning the House Negro, how you can connect it with today's recent event and contemporary history. No, what can we take it to contemporary history? Go ahead, you have a tune.
Thank you very much, Master. I just came on stage not too long ago to just say a very big shout out to all the moderators. This is a very reasonable platform. And this is quite different from all the rowdy rooms that I've been to for, let me say, since I joined Clubhouse. This is what we should be doing as people who want liberation. And I would propose that this sort of rooms should be encouraged on Clubhouse. Maybe promise to try to penetrate a couple of social clubs that have a lot of youth population in them, especially Nigerians who are always on, probably on those social clubs because they don't know better. Don't want to blame them because I love the classification. I don't know if Nuruddin is still here, but he said something in the club, in the room that we were in a room before we came here, and he classified the Nigerians into 3 groups. Unfortunately, a lot of our youths fall into that third category. They just don't know. And the people who are supposed to, let them know have removed it from their curriculum. So it's quite unfortunate that we have a whole lot of work to do. So when we have rooms like this, the only good thing we can do as a people is to share onto those platforms where we can find these youths, like Twitter. I'm very familiar with the tactics that is being used by a popular freedom movement, which apparently the government have shut down because obviously they felt that it lacks credibility or it cannot work in Nigeria. And that's the Revolutionary Movement, which was started by Omoyele Sowore. There is a way we make things trend on Twitter. I have left that movement now for reasons best known to me, because I feel like this fight has gone beyond revolution. We should be talking about going our separate ways and just ending it once and for all. If we want to do, if we want liberation, then we should want it in full. Everybody go back to your region. So we should start using platforms like Twitter to spread this news. And I will personally start by retweeting this particular room about 55 to 60 times tonight. So I want to propose that if you've got a Twitter account as we speak, you can start retweeting this and let it go viral. You can, the best way you can retweet this kind of what's it called, room, is by you putting some, you can just write a little bit of notes, go use your memo, write, some short, description. You can just write like 50, like Biafra exit, Yoruba nation, Oduduwa nation. Then once you want to retweet, you'll be putting those headlines on each of those tweets so that you can tweet multiple times. And from there, your people on Twitter can start retweeting and they can start joining this platform, because this room can run for hours and people can get that information and even join Clubhouse. So this information shouldn't be left to those of us that are regulars. We need new people. We want more people who are in that contraption to come here and hear the good news. This cannot be gotten in their churches where they have limited Nigerians to, and our mosques. People need to come out. Yeah, the truth has to be said, my brother. And right now, the truth is bitter, but it's bitter pill, But yeah, we have to say what we have to say right now. This is not the time to cherry pick what we have to say to get liberation. I'm sorry. Some people might not like us to go into religion and all sorts, but we just have to say it. The churches are not helping and the mosques are not helping. So we need to bring our people out of those churches. We need to bring our people out of those mosques. Why they still believe what they believe. We are not asking anyone to stop reading their Bibles, and we're not asking anyone to stop reading their Qurans. We're just saying that they need to come out of those, I'm sorry to say, bondage, and start liberating themselves. Yes. Because right now, what's going on right here is the liberation of the mind. So we need to spread this message. This is a goodwill message that should be spread across the globe, so that our people will know the history of house Negroes and will now understand why we can connect them to those who are from the southern part of that contraption and the middle belt of that contraption, who come here to show solidarity with the killers, terrorists. So once we start spreading this message, it will not come as a surprise to any one of us anymore. When we see them, we ignore them and we carry on. That means we will stop doing a whole lot of rowdy rooms. because we don't have time for them. So you need to come to rooms like this to sensitize yourself and understand that when you see these people, it's either we keep them in the audience or we throw them out of the room. Thank you.
Wow, that's wonderful. Thank you so much, my brother. We have to keep sharing this very house, Igbo Nation. And if you're new, click the green icon so that you can follow the house and also get enlightened and get educated by great minds like Bonka, your papa, Hisba, Paymaster, Linda, and also the rest of us, even Olabede and rest of us. So please follow the moderators and also click the green icon to follow the house. We are talking about who is the house Negro. I can put some slash, maybe let me put a slash saboteurs, as a matter of fact. So I have next person on the row. Who's the next person to make? Okay, Ayola, are you there? You're the next person to make your 3-minute submission. Now you go ahead.
Thank you, Papa. Man, thank you, my brother. Well, you guys have said a lot. Thank you, great guy. Thank you, all the moderators. I won't repeat a lot of things that you guys have said already, But quick thing I'm just going to say is that for those of you who are saboteurs and those of you that keep on, because maybe you're being given some position in this contraption called Nigeria, and then you became the house Negro, and you find your caucus and you come to Clubhouse, and when you even know what is going on, your people are in bondage. One thing is this: nature has its ways that it does its things, and if you listen to great minds like Donka and a lot of things that he has said, as I don't want to repeat, so because that would just be an echo chamber. But at the same time, I'm just going to say, you can put yourself in a better position when history will be kind to you. Most of you that always just want to rely to where the power stays, and you just you become what they call in football. How would they use this term? I can't remember right now. I have a brain freeze. I'm having a long day. But at the same time, but issues have shown that no matter how you come, crawling again, and then your people will not be there to save you. So it will be good, for you to be on the good side of history. The way Nigeria is going and the way situation in that country, we people that we know that we don't want things to continue in the manner that it is. We are liberating and working together. And those of you, whether you are Yoruba or Igbo or South, whatever you want to do yourself, I think you have to have maybe a moment to yourself and look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, do I want to keep going against my people because of what I'm getting, the crumbles? So the decision is left to you, and then and let the history do the justice. Thank you very much, guys, and thanks for the great work.
Thank you, Ayola. That's a very wonderful one. I will go for the ladies now, please. I think we have a new lady on the stage, Sachiko. Sachiko, are you there? Let's let the lady and also Billionaire is there. So let's go with Sachiko and Billionaire. Then after that, please, guys, we'll go back to Bonka if you are getting some rest. Let's go with Sachiko. Sachiko, you have the floor. 2 minutes, please. Sachiko, are you there? Okay, let's go for Billionaire. Billionaire, you have the floor. You can make your contribution or your submission concerning the house Negro. And let me say this, I want to ask a question, please, Mr. Bonka, but after you answer the question, if your brother or your sister or your uncle is a house Negro, how can you help to salvage him, or how can you help to stop him from destroying the larger community? Then what can you do if you understood that he is being a house Negro or he is being used? Because all of us sometimes might have a brother or a sister in a family, and you think this person doesn't understand what's going on. And you don't want him to be a victim before he now realizes that he's being used or he's a house Negro. Is there any part of that history where any of these house Negroes, any of their brothers or sisters try to stop them or get them back to their senses and find that they have actually sold out whole family that they can no longer be with their people? So let's now know how we can handle our own brothers or relatives who has become house Negro, or if we should actually stay away from them before we could become become their victim first. So let's go ahead. I believe you're there. Go ahead. Yeah, you can't speak now?
I don't think she wants to talk. She's
okay. Then I'll take one more person before.
Let me ask Bonka a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Bonka, you mentioned that at a point in our history, in the Nigeria history, the Lagos was not part of Nigeria.
Yes.
Also, okay, so I also read that as of 1914, during the amalgamation, the Egba people, the current Abeokuta, were not also part of the amalgamation. They were on their own. And in 1932, they decided to join the amalgamation. How true is it?
Not true.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I think I saw it. There's one book I read where they actually kept Lagos colony separate from the rest of the Nigeria, and they even wrote down the amount of money they made from the colony. So I was like, does it mean Lagos was just separate from South and Northern Nigeria? So they separated it. That's true. Okay, let's go ahead. Linda, you've been here. Want the ladies to contribute, please? Are you?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, actually working, but I should be back in like 5 minutes or a couple of minutes.
Okay. Let's go for the guys now. Let's take just one more submission.
Okay. I'm here, and guys, thank you all for keep holding it down. I quickly want to read this that Bianca Ojukwu, the wife of the hero we all know. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go now. Right now, go ahead.
Okay, so Bianca Ojukwu was addressing the house Negroes recently in the midst of the Igbos about Nnamdi Kanu. Bonka, you wanted to talk about Nnamdi Kanu, right?
Yes.
Me, after reading this, how she addressed the house Negro against Nnamdi Kanu, I can use that to set the floor for you to come in. Now, she wrote this 2 days ago, and I read. Just
Alhaji, we cannot hear you. Come on.
We can't hear you again, no?
Drive. That's it.
But can you guys hear me now?
Yes, better.
Am I audible now so that I can go on?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. She wrote this 2 days ago. She said, this is Bianca Odumegwu Ojukwu writing. She said, it was Calvin Coolidge who once said, a nation that forgets its own defenders will itself be forgotten. God forbid that this should be the fate of the Igbo nation. This is why today, on yet another Monday, that was last Monday she wrote, we sit at home. Not that we are unaware or unmindful of the devastating effect on our own economy, but it is unconscionable that armed bandits, self-declared terrorist leaders, and murderous herdsmen are allowed to roam free, while our own son remains in captivity, and our own leaders appear powerless and afraid to intervene. She's addressing the house Negro. It is downright dehumanizing and provocative
My own prayer is this: may it never be said of us, the Igbo race, that there once lived a thankless and ungrateful people. I thought it appropriate to share some random thoughts of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, as stated below on this sit-at-home Monday. This piece is quite touching. Kindly spare the time and effort to read to the very end. Last night, I kept pondering what our eternal leader, Dim Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, must have gone through in his young, brilliant mind when over 50 years ago he had to confront not only the might of a British government intent on the extermination of the Igbo race, but also a global conspiracy against the emergence of Biafra, led by turncoat, weak-minded Igbo, Ijaw, and Ibibio men. These traitors were to all intents and purposes recruited and groomed as agents of British neocolonialism. She's talking about the house Negroes. She said, these traitors were to all intents and purposes recruited and groomed as agents of British neocolonialism to subdue, oppress, and subjugate their own people. Something that still obtains till this very day. Only this time via the mindset of a developmentally regressive Fulani hegemonic tendency. As if confronting the very formidable British neocolonial machine and global diplomatic clout wasn't enough trouble for the Biafran leader. He also had to contend with the enemies within his own ranks, the house Negroes, local backstabbers, envious traitors, sellouts, and efulefus. Dr. Azikiwe, Zik, Okpabiasika, Ifejuna, et al., and all ganged up against him for no reason. Ojukwu's only crime was trying to free them and the rest of the Easterners from the doom Nigeria had unleashed on them, having witnessed over 3 million men, women, and children of Igbo extraction slaughtered in cold blood in Fulani-controlled territories of northern Nigeria. Okay, 300,000 men. Do you know some Igbo Efulefus then and their children now still blame Ojukwu for the 1966 Hausa Fulani slaughter of 300,000 Igbos in the north that precipitated the Biafran War? Instead of blaming those that carried out the mass slaughter of their own people, they were busy blaming the only man who was courageous enough to try and save them. Incredible, isn't it? Zik called his own people fighting for survival rebels. He went as far encouraging the world to starve his children to death by denying them aid. When you sit at home to consider, as I have done, what Ojukwu endured, your love for him will increase a millionfold. And only then will you understand that trying to lead an ungrateful set of people is the most difficult job on this earth. If in doubt, ask Moses and Ojukwu what they endured at the hands of Israelites and Biafrans, respectively. On this day, I, Iyom Bianca Odumegwu Ojukwu, wife of our eternal leader, Dim Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, beg of you, Umu Igbo, let us never forget that today, our son remains in captivity. His incarceration remains an invisible and symbolic chain on the wrist of every Igbo man. Those of our people who remain less concerned must stop hiding in spineless shadows and apply some heat to their cold feet. It is your future and that of your children that is at stake. Hide in those cringing corners today by your silence. Your children will become the slaves of tomorrow. And you surely and will surely weep by the proverbial rivers of Babylon, right in their own homeland. Tabubo, our Igbo leaders must come together and deliberate on diplomatic way to secure Nnamdi Kanu's freedom. Hold on, guys. Tabubo, our Igbo leaders must come together and deliberate on diplomatic way to secure Nnamdi Kanu's freedom, or at the very least, intensify effort to ensure that he gets a fair and swift trial. It is not enough merely to harp on the devastating effect of the sit-at-home on the Igbo economy, or to dish out instruction to our people to normalize Monday day-to-day activities. Igbo leaders must come up with alternative and constructive solutions that keep Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's captivity and the unjust incarceration of so many other pro-Biafran activists on the national front burner. Otherwise, they will continue to rot away in unmarked cells, abandoned and forgotten. Failing this, Igbo will continue to demonstrate our revulsion against this oppression using the only option available to us. No, may we never be known as a timid and ungrateful people. We all together with one voice say it loud and clear. Echefula, Echezona. Iyom Bianco Dumegwojuku, Monday, 30th August, 2021. Thank you, Bonka. You can take it from there.
Okay. Can I say it? Yes, I think somebody wanted to ask a question, right?
Yeah, Olamide, what do you want to ask a question? And also, what's his name?
Sachiko, are you there?
Sachiko, are you there?
It's actually not a question. I just want to see that.
Hold on, Sachiko, are you there? No, she's not. Go on.
I just want to say that, have you read the news that they want to create a naval base in Kano? I don't understand what is happening.
They want to just say naval base
in Kano.
In desert.
No. Yeah, we're in trouble.
Maybe they now have submarines for sand, something like that.
People will still come and just make a case for this, because I've not seen it anywhere in the world where a naval base will be in the desert. Well, I just want to say, I was in one space a minute ago. There's this guy, Dr. DK, that Dr. Mo is always bringing up. That guy is spilling God of mercy. The words from that guy's mouth is dangerous. Very dangerous, extremely elitist. He said, people, we should abolish tribal. See, the danger of me having an opinion that is seriously detrimental to the survival of our people is what I don't appreciate on Clubhouse anymore. People would come here to come and say nonsense, and they will justify it in the name of, it is my opinion, you must accept it, let everybody have the freedom of their expression. And they don't know that they are weaponizing ignorance and naivety. He literally said we should abolish tribalism and ethnic. The guy is too.
Okay,
the guy is dangerous.
Thank you for that wonderful break. Sorry to cut it short. So that let's not digress. As a matter of fact, that's what we're talking about. Someone like that guy is a house Negro. A house Negro will defend something that is so little and against his own people, and he looks so stupid, and he can't even understand that he is actually doing this against the survival of his own people. So let's quickly look for someone else that wants to make a submission. Wale, are you there? Okay, Wale just ran away. King, please, one more last person before we go to Bonka. One more last person. King Q, please go ahead. We don't have. Okay, I think King Q. One guy, you can continue. I think King Q is not
okay. So
let me open the hand raising so I can. So if you know you're on the stage and you don't have much to say or submission, you can move down. Let me get new persons. Thank you.
So we're rounding up now, and then the floor will be open afterwards. And so there was a man in Ilorin at that time. His name was Cholagberu. He was a Muslim, and he was a warlord. He was given land at a place called Okisuno. Now, when the Fulani people wanted to close in on the Yoruba people, they wanted to take Ilorin and then use it as a launching base to now start attacking Yoruba nation. The only obstacle in their way was Cholagberu. They have already neutralized Afonja, and they've already isolated him. They've already cornered the political power, but they wanted to get rid of him and then take over Ilorin. And they knew that the only person that would stop them would be Cholagberu. So Alimi called him and had him turbaned and told him, from now on, your loyalty is to me and not to your people anymore. And Cholagberu accepted. So when they launched an invasion on him and they were trying to now kill him, to kill Afonja, he sent message to Cholagberu and he begged him to come and save him with his soldiers. And Cholagberu said, no, I can't do that because I'm now a turbaned Muslim and I can't stand in the way of a jihad. This is a jihad. It's not a coup. It's not just a normal coup. And well, that was how they were able to get Ilorin, because Cholagberu did not come to the help of his people, and he was promised that when Ilorin is gotten, he will be playing a very important role in the new order that was coming up. Lo and behold, when they got Ilorin, they made Cholagberu the head of the army, and he became part of the ruling council. Now, when Yoruba people mobilized under a new military leader by the name Toyeje of Ogbomosho, and they were trying to launch an invasion to go into Ilorin and recapture Ilorin, they didn't have enough army to stand to them. They also went back to Cholagberu and begged him to help them out, and he did. He led his soldiers to war, had his own cavalry, his own private militia, and he defeated Toyeje. And from there, he started capturing Yoruba cities and started placing them under the emirate. By this time, Alimi was gone, and the man in control now was his son, his first son. His name was Abdusalam. Abdusalam was the man who now went to Gwandu and placed the emirate under the Sokoto Caliphate. Now, after he has done that, the Abdusalam, the son of Alimi, now went to Sultan Bello at Sokoto and said, there's a man with me, his name was Cholagberu. He helped me, that is my house Negro, that helped me in getting the lorry. He also helped me in defeating his people. But he's now become so powerful as the head of the military, and I'm not comfortable with him being that because he's not a Fulani man. So please, can you help me out where I can have my own army that is independent of him? And Sultan Bello sent him a cavalry of over 40,000 warriors. So they now became the new soldiers. So he told all the Fulani soldiers that were in the same camp with Cholagberu to decamp and come to his side. And they laid a siege on that Cholagberu on his city at Okisuno, starved all the people there to death, and then brought Cholagberu out to the palace and did a case on him and had him executed. That was how a house Negro was used and done. He died in regret. In his last minutes, he really regretted his betrayal of his friend. He regretted the betrayal of his ancestral home, and the benefit that he thought he would get, it never materialized. If not, now history remembers him as the traitor that he was. There was a man that came to Gobert and lived there for close to 20 years. His name was Shehu Usman Dan Fodio. Now, he started gaining rising profile and momentum as a charismatic man. And you know why they don't have much of house Negroes among the Fulani people? Why? Because they are more united than us. You can never see them going against each other. They are very brutal and ruthless against anybody that sabotages the Fulani interest. This is to answer your question, Master. We don't have that ruthlessness. We don't have that unforgiving approach to someone that betrays us. If you are my brother, you are my, no matter what you are, the moment you start to betray the Yoruba identity, you are ostracized in a very unsympathetic way. And this is one reason why some people will show up here and come on stage, and I will quickly say, no, you are not welcome here. Why? If you do not, no, there are some people that have made it clear that they do not represent our interests. They've made it clear that if they get the slightest chance, they will throw us under the bus for political advantage. So we have no business accommodating those people, even if it's our brother, even if we grew up in the same house. There are other people who are genuinely ignorant, a lot of people were born into Nigeria. They don't know otherwise. And if we're going to be fair with each other, all of us here have once been pro-Nigeria at one point or the other. Everybody here, from me to Hisba to Pottermaster, have one time or the other loved Nigeria. So it would be hypocritical to go against anybody that is still evolving in that context. Those are not the people.
Our love for the country was out of ignorance.
Yes, well, no, I don't want to.
Better, please. Your mic is low anyway. Go ahead.
Yes, no matter what the reason is, we still we learned from that stage that ignorance needs to be conquered. Some people are still on that fence of, should we conquer this ignorance? Convince me. When you're born into something, you're born into Nigeria, you are born to sing the song, and the labor of our heroes past, those nonsense lyrics, So, and you were born to pledge, to be faithful, to be loyal. So this might sound like minor things, but they have their effects. So it takes a while to cross to the other side. But there are some people who can see, but they've made up their mind that, no, rather than stand with my people, I need to cash in on this. So you see someone like Legend, one of the most intellectually daft human beings I've ever known in this world. And I don't even say that the guy is so intellectually unsound, but because he has mastered how to go against his people, the moment he steps into a narrower page, they immediately makes him a mod. Why? Because house Negroes are always loved by slave masters for as long as they are willing tools. It doesn't mean that when they become useless, they won't kill them, as we have seen in a lot of histories right now about when they are not needed anymore, your services is not needed anymore. They will not think twice to get rid of you. That's their lifestyle.
Example.
Okay, I won't say Governor Abbey, and to be honest, I won't even say SK, because those people still have some conscience, one way or the other. They're just politically motivated. And
Governor too. Sorry.
Yeah, but you see people like Prince, people like Legend, people like Dudu Osun. Those are, let's comment reserves. Yeah, I'm sure some of them are here in other names, so I'm pretending not to be here, and I hope you're hearing what is being said about you. Repent, for the kingdom of Oduduwa and Yoruba land is at hand, and Biafra. Anyway,
but the republic is at hand.
Yes, that's what I said. That's what I said. The kingdom of Republic of Oduduwa and Biafra is at hand. So now there was this man that I was talking about, this Abdul Salam. When Usman Danfodio showed up, he said, "Oh, I just want to preach. I just want to create a school where I can teach people about how to be good Muslims. scholarship used to exist up north in the Shongai Empire, during the Mansa Musa Empire. They built one of the biggest mosques in Africa there, and one of the things they do is to turban people immediately after graduation. That's when we get degrees now, big placards, but then their degree, something to show that they're now a graduate in their fields, is turbaning. So now, when Usman Danfodio showed up, he wanted to create what was like a mini school in Gobier. Gobier is what we know as Sokoto today. And he talked to the Hausa ruler of that time, Sakin Bawa, and begged him. And the man was very nice to him. The man accepted the things he wanted to do. And in fact, he was begging him that, oh, can you give some leeways for Muslims? Give them some more rights, some more privileges? And Bawa said, oh, no problem. In fact, Bawa was so nice to him that he made him part of the Council of Rulers at Gobier. Right? Now, over the years, he started he had a school by the edge of the Gobier River, and he started to proselytize. He started to preach, and then he started to turban people. Muslims started to emerge. A lot of people started to draw towards him, and he started doing something that they found very dangerous. He started making them feel like their loyalty now is to him and not to their Hausa nation, and especially those that were turban. So the guy that now came after the previous rulers, his first name was Nafata, said, no, I don't think this man is up to something good, and I have to reverse this law. So all the privileges that they gave him, they started to reverse them. And when he started doing that, they started doing exactly what you saw them do yesterday, Gajo and Prince and the rest. They painted it as something that had to do with an attack against the religion. But those that were doing that restrictions knew what Usman Danfodio was about to do. So that's a great replica of what is happening today. And they were saying, no, you can't do that. Now, Yumfa, Muhammad Yumfa, that came after Nafata, now raised an army and said he was going to destroy Usman Danfodio completely. Usman Danfodio painted it as this is an attack on Islamic religion. He escaped from the river base where he was and ran to a place called the Girl. Yumfa sent people after him and said they should go and invade that city and destroy him and his movement. A Hausa man by the name Abdul Salam, who was also like a warlord in that region and had his own private militia. He was in the same rank with, he was in the same context with Cholagberu. They had the same kind of privileges. And he ran to Usman Danfodio and he said, I'm going to protect you. So when Yumfa's army came, Abdul Salam and Usman Danfodio teamed up together to defeat his master, because he also was a Muslim and was believing that if Usman Danfodio ever succeeds in his movement, he is one of the people that will be rewarded when it's time to now, distribute the spoils of war. Now, this house Negro had something coming up that he didn't know. Eventually, he was able to help him mobilize an army. And when he did that, through his help, through his protection of Usman Danfodio was able to start his jihad, and they started at Gobier. And they marched him into Gobier at night, went to that palace, and killed Yumfa in his bed at night. Those people and their night narrating. Well, the jihad started, and it took 4 years. They started in 1804, and by 1808, they've conquered almost all of Hausa land. So immediately they did that, and it started to now distribute the flags. Abdul Salam now realized that this was not a religious affair. It was just used to paint that concept, to fool people. It was a Fulani agenda, because it was not part of the people rewarded. So he now decided that, you know what, we are going to reverse this. I won't go down in history as someone that played any role in turning my land into a Fulani dominated area, because they switched it and said the the Hausa people are not true Muslims. And so because of that, the Fulani have the right to sell them in slavery. So they started capturing them and selling them. They took all their lands, turned them into slaves in their ancestral home. There was nowhere in the world except in America where there was a large concentration of slaves, like in Hausa lands of that time. And guess what? They were actually enslaving the owners of the land, the ancestral owners of the land. Think twice about this when you embrace Ruga. Embracing Ruga is embracing the Usman Dan Fodios of old and accepting them to be your neighbor. It is like accepting the Alimis of old and allowing them to be your neighbor. It will not end good. Usman Dan Fodios jihad is in every Fulani man's DNA. It will never end until you successfully get rid of them. This is not a war of defense. This is a war of counter-attack. Now, after they did that, he now mobilized an army. By that time, Usman Dan Fodio had died, and it was his son, Bello, that was on the throne. So he mobilized an Hausa army, seeing what they were doing to destroy the Hausa identity, and knowing that he was the only link that can save that. He mobilized an army, and he wanted to go after the Fulani people and take back Hausa lands for Hausa people. But it was too late. They mobilized themselves and went after him, decimated his army, destroyed them utterly, and took Abdulsalam, did a case about him, and had him executed in a brutal way. And from that point on, the Hausa man never had an identity. Until this very day, the Hausa identity is a destroyed, bastardized identity. They call them Habis. If you know what Habi means, you will know that it's a very derogatory word, and Fulani people are good at doing that, finding derogatory names to call people they want to conquer. It's part of their psychological game. It's something that Muhammad Ali does. Before he fights someone, he has all these very interesting names to call his enemy, to first of all kind of body shame him, identity shame him, before he now goes for him on the boxing ring. And it always worked well to his advantage. But that is it. The House Negro was used. The House Negro was embraced, made to feel like the hero is not, made to feel like the special man he was not, and the House Negro was destroyed when he was not needed anymore. There was a place in the Middle Belt known as Nupe region, the Tapas. And the leaders of this place are known as the Etsu of Nupe, ETSU. They were very powerful warriors. They were very great. It was from that, and they had a very good working relationship with Yoruba people, by the way, because Shango came from that region, and Shango's mother was married to a Yoruba man, and his grandfather was a king there. His name was Olempe. So, I mean, they've always been great. They've invaded Yoruba land and sacked it at some point and sent all of them into exile during the reign of one of the kings to the land of the Bariba. So they've always been great people. So Fulani was not able to conquer them, and so they had someone, his name was Abdul Raham. He was not a Fulani man, but he was a man that was well respected among the Nupe people. So they sent him in there and said, okay, you know what? This is the flag. Usman Dan Fodio gave him a flag and said, go in there and do a jihad. That was a secret arrangement. And now he went in and he was taught how the Fulani people do their jihads, and he did a good job. Especially, he came in at the time when there was a secession battle between two people. One was the brother to the dead Etsu, the dead king, and the other was the son. Their names were Majia and Jimada. Now, he was, picked with the son against the brother to weaken one side against the other. He knew what he was doing, as they were doing it. And then he actually went to Ilori and begged for Aliwi to help him feel his ranks. And after he had been able to divide and conquer them, then it was time for him to come in and take the throne. By that time, Usman Dan Fodio was dead. The empire was divided into two. He gave one to his son, and he gave the other to his brother. I
Mr. Wonka, your mic has gone out again. Hi.
Wonka, your mic isn't good. No, we can't hear you.
Talk. Let's know if you can go out and come back, sir. We are really enjoying this mighty and lovely.
Hey, Master, check your back channel.
All right. Okay. All right. I'll check your back channel.
Can you hear me?
Let's know if yes.
Can you hear me?
Wonka, you're good to go.
Okay, when did I stop?
He said by that time his father is dead, so he has
okay,
two sons.
Yes. No, he had a son and a brother. The son Bello, he divided the empire into two. It was a very big empire, and there was conquerings going on. There was another guy. He gave a flag to conquer the eastern side. They were conquering the River Niger area, but then there was the River Benue area that they were trying to conquer as well. So they gave the guy to another guy called Madipo Adama. Madipo Adama is the one that conquered a region named after him in Nigeria today, known as Adamawa. So he went to that region. That's another whole history. And they did a lot of massacre there that a lot of people ran away. Some of them came back during the 80s to help kind of fight in the Maitatsine War, led by the man that used a lot of voodoo. His name was Maitatsine. He came from Cameroon, and his family was part of the people that was driven out of that area during that time. But Abdurraham, when it was now time for him to now kind of set up his emirates, and he went to Gwandu to discuss with them that, okay, I have everything and I'm about to set up my emirate and start ruling. And he said, oh, no, sorry, that's not going to happen. You're not a Fulani man. Who do you think you are? You just sit down and now be enjoying royal privileges like us? No. We can't do that. They now sent someone else, known as Malam Tendo, to that land and said, look, all you Fulani people pledge allegiance to him. So they switched sides from Abdurraham, who did all the work, like all the others in Kano, in Katsina, in Zazu, and picked it. And within 3 years, they set up a coup against him and had him killed to totally now destroy his momentum. And Malam Dendo now moved in and took the privileges of that place. And he started ruling, and his dynasty has been ruling in that region till today. So that is another house Negro that fell off the road, used, and dumped. Do house Negroes always end good? The answer is no. That is one of the reasons why.
You haven't finished the one about Lupe. You haven't finished that one.
Yeah, that's what I just spoke about. The Nupe region was Abdurraham, who went in there and was able to play during the succession battle, and was able to play them against each other. But immediately he finished that, he now went to Gwandu to go and get the flag so that he can rule. And the people at Gwandu said, no, that was Usman Danfojo's brother, said, no, we can't let you rule because you're not a Fulani man. Then they now sent someone else to the Nupe region, and his name was Malam Dendo. Malam Dendo now mobilized an army against Abdurraham and said, leave this area, I'm the one in charge here. So, because it led to a little civil war between them, but then Malam Dendo's troops was able to overpower Abdurraham's troop, and within 3 years, they cleverly ran him on the ground, and he was killed. And Malam Dendo took that throne of the Tapas, and his descendants have been ruling there till today. So, yeah, that's how his life ended after he has been used. So he was no different from Sholagberu, and he was no different from Abdul Salam. The Fulani people used them, and the Fulani people dumped them. The Fulani people used Zeke, they dumped him. The Fulani people used MKO, they dumped him. The Fulani people are using Tinubu now. The story is unfolding because of his supporters. Let's not talk. It will end on its own, and we'll add him to our stories when his end comes, which is his end is surely going to be known soon. So there's no need to even waste energy on that, So this is how a house Negro ends, because someone that cannot stand
for his people can never be trusted by the enemy. This is something they never understand. They will always accommodate you and embrace you because of what use you are to them. But you are no different from a madman dancing naked in a market square. When it's time to get rid of you, they will not look back. As at the time that Sardauna was saying something negative about Igbos, he had totally forgotten how Zik helped him to hold power, how they've supported him in a lot of political advantages to remain on top, and they didn't think twice before they started the plan to get them off the box and switch them to other people, turn them against the Niger Deltans, and all the Mr. Jamba strategies going on. So this is how the stories of the house Negroes end. How did the story of field Negroes end? They stand to their ground, some die in the process, but they always command respect. And one of those people that is commanding respect among us today is Nnamdi Kanu. Igbos may think he is someone that represents their interest, but he has been a great motivation for many of us. Even us Yoruba people, we have very great respect for him because he's a man that has shown that he's open to learning. He's a man that has shown that anything to make peace, he will stand by it. And he's a man that has shown that the enemy is the Fulani people. And even though he started with a negative energy towards Yoruba people, he was quick to learn and quick to tell his people, now, I don't want you to abuse Yoruba people anymore. Any of you that does that, we are going to ostracize that person. A very great welcome development that opens the room to make it possible for someone like me to be able to be talking in a platform like this with fellow Igbo brothers today. I mean, people don't see how things kind of change the mindset of people because sometimes it happens subconsciously, but those are part of the things that he is playing, and he's getting a lot of respect today. And where he is, I can guarantee everybody, they are constantly persuading him to compromise his stand. They've seen the power he wields among his people. He is a hero. He is the first Igbo hero, not Zik. Today, he has more power than any politician. He has more influence than any politician. And they know that to ever to destroy the Igbo race or to ever get the Igbo energy, the man to go to is Nnamdi Kanu, not any politician. That is the power of standing your ground for your people. That is the power of being a field Negro. It might not make sense now, but you always command the respect you need in the long end. The Arabs, and I'm closing down by this. One of the things that makes the Arabs the great people they are today, they do not in any way succumb to any house Negro games. You cannot turn them against each other. You cannot pitch an Arab man to stand against his people. And Lawrence of Arabia was sent like a Trojan horse to them at some point. And they were, at that point, they were trying to fight the Ottoman Empire. And he told them that, oh, join us, we the British and the French, we're going to come and we're going to help you in this war. But in their mind, what they were planning to do was to divide that place among the British and the French. So they wanted to use the Arabs to fight the Ottomans, to weaken both sides, and then they come and take spoils of war. As he came in and started observing the Arab people, Lawrence of Arabia realized that these people are not a people you can conquer. They will fight to the end. And guess what? He wrote a letter to England and said, I don't think it's a good idea to continue with this idea of trying to colonize these people. Why don't you let us accept whoever they would accept as their leader and then build friendship with that person? They did not listen to him. After the war and the Ottomans were thrown out and they divided the Arab lands among themselves, that was the worst moment of their life in their colonial history. Those guys fought back, those guys killed, those guys destroyed, and they had no choice but to reverse a lot of things. When they came into Iraq, after they've killed Saddam Hussein, they wanted to settle down and treat it like a colony. The guy said, no, that's not going to happen. You have to leave, and you don't have a base here. And they stood their ground until they chased them out. Look at what is happening in Afghanistan today. After the whole world turned against these Taliban people, United Nations and all of them, because of the 9/11, after all the trillions, over $2 trillion spent on this war and all that, where is the Taliban today? Back in power. So it was a cycle that started from point A, went all the way around and came back to point A. Why? Because these people stood their ground and they do not allow house Negroes. They fought to the end. This is the spirit that we should have as Africans, we should have as Yoruba people, as Igbos, where there is never a Trojan horse among our midst. We learn to stand and fight with one voice, and we will command the respect that we deserve. It's not going to happen by running to United Nations and ICC asking them to have sympathy. It's not going to be done by marches. Yes, we can do marches for awareness, we can do agitations and carrying placards, but this is way more than that. I will close by saying this. When the Fulani people showed up in Central African Republic, a man did a coup there. The man was like Buhari. His name was Michael Jotida. He took that place and they started doing what they were doing in Nigeria now. He invited all his brothers across. They came to Central African Republic. They started going into Christian villages, burning down the places, hacking down private. Literally everything you see going on in Nigeria today, they were doing it there. And those guys did not wait to go to United Nations. Those guys did not do any matches. What did they do? They went to buy their guns, they went to buy their machetes, and they fought back. That man did not last 8 months. All the Janjaweeds he brought with him, they either killed them or chased them back out of Central African Republic. 9 months. These are lessons for us to learn. I yield the mic here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wenga. Is my reception okay now?
Yes, perfect. Absolutely fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you so much, Wenga. Thank you, Paymasa, Hezba, Linda, everyone that has helped Ayodeji. Yeah, Wonka, thank you so much. Wonka, I just wanted to add to what you have said. And yeah, I marvel at your rich knowledge of history and everything. I wanted to quickly just localize as well this thing that we're talking about, the house Negro, okay? So I made a few notes. I'm going to touch on, just bear with me. I want to touch on the Warren Chiefs of the Eastern region. And if there's something that I want to touch on that you already touched on, Wenger, just let me know and then I'll... Yeah. Okay, so I'll touch on the Warren Chiefs and then also and how it relates to the current Igwe, all the Igwes that we have in Igbo land. And then I want to touch on the house Negroes in Chinua Achebe's book, The Things Fall Apart. And then finally touch on the Biafra Civil War, the concept and how the house Negroes influence the losing of Biafra during the Civil War. Sorry, I'm looking for that adapter. Should bring it along. Okay. So starting with the Warren Chiefs, when the British came, they didn't have anyone that they could point to, that go-to person that they could use to infiltrate the East. Not many Igbo communities actually had Igwe and kings as we do today. The vast majority of Anambra, if you go to Anambra, for instance, there were probably just about 4 towns that had Igwe, namely Onitsha, Nnewi, Nnewi, Aguleri, and Nri. Aside from those 4, there's not everyone else was either maybe ruled by one of those, or they were just, I guess they didn't have an Igwe. They were ruled by the Igbo Republican community spirit. If you go to Abia, you had our Chukwu people. You go to then you have Delta. Across you have the Abo, the B of Abo, not Abo H-E-B-O-R, but Abo A-B-O-H. So you had that to be, then you had the B of Abo, that's AGBOR, and then the other, yeah, I think Dane is also referred to. I think Dane is the local. So the way Abo is that they have different clans, and his title within his clan is the Dane, but then he is the Obi of Abo, if that makes sense. But then when he became the Obi of Abo, he decided to take the title of his clan and then be called the Dane of Abo. But Abo. No, you're saying Abo. Is that not ABOH? There are two. There's ABOH and there's AGBOR.
Yes,
so when you talk,
Abo is the headquarters of Ndokwa East.
Yes.
Okay, so that
Abo is the point of the is the point of bifurcation of the Niger River that creates the delta down into the Atlantic Ocean. So that's when.
Okay, so I'm talking about Abo. AGB. AGB, yeah. So I talked from.
Yeah, that's the capital.
Igbo. So I mentioned on those two. So those were the Igbo communities that actually had, kingship. The rest really didn't have any. So when the British came, they needed that person that they would approach and say, look, this is what we want. That person they can negotiate with. So that was why they created what we now know as the warrant chiefs. They created warrant chiefs. And these warrant chiefs were never, the pride of the people. I mean, if they came to Clubhouse, for instance, and they joined the Igbo Nation, and they said, okay, we want somebody, a point man for the Igbo Nation, right? They wouldn't speak to Hizbah, of course not. They wouldn't speak to Paymaster. They wouldn't even speak to Bonka and say, okay, you're Yoruba, but we'll bring you to rule Igbo people on our behalf. They wouldn't do that. What they will do is they'll find that reject, that traitor amongst you, and then approach him to become the warrant chief. And because that person has always been a traitor and probably despised by the people because of their, maybe their flavorism or their laziness and that kind of thing, when the British approach people like that, those people would always feel like they have a vendetta against their own people. And that was exactly what the British needed. So my village, for instance, I'm from Abata, we had no Igwe until the 19th century, 1900 something, that we had our first Igwe. Before then, we had nothing like that. So this is what they did. They created these warrant chiefs, gave them the title, and the only purpose of these warrant chiefs was to collect tax on behalf of the British, so to tax their own people on behalf of the British. So you can see how they were able to infiltrate us, select leaders for us, and then also whittle down the power of the traditional rulers that were already there. So this obviously weakened us, and this meant that we now began to have all these people. And that's why a lot of you people in the audience on the stage, if I ask you what's the name of your Igwe, you probably wouldn't know, because it's not core to our tradition as Igbo. You may be a hardcore Igbo person, but you may not even know the name of your current Igwe. But of course, if you're from Nnewi, because it's the tradition of the people of Nnewi, they will always know Orezo. If you're from Onitsha, you will always know the Obi, Abogidi, and so on. If you're from Abo or Abo and so on, you will know those people. But a lot of people don't know their Igwe. They don't know where his palace is. They don't know anything, because it's just not, you can exist without Igwe. It's not necessarily a real core part of your culture as Igbo. But the British created it for us, and then of course, their descendants began to take over and everything. And that's why today, with all the wickedness that's happening in our communities, most of your Igwe will not talk. They will be quiet, they will not speak, because the stool itself was built on corruption. They will not speak. They'll not do anything. They'll collect money from the governor. Maybe Hope Uzodinma will come and give him money and threaten to dethrone him and replace him with someone else. And then even off of that, your community, you might have another community break away, call themselves an autonomous community and have their own way. So these are some of the things that has happened to us. What Chinua Achebe would say that, the center could not hold and things began to fall apart. The other one was, if you look at, for instance, in Things Fall Apart, where Chinua Achebe talks about, when Okonkwo went on exile after killing Ikemefuna. And then when he came back, he saw that, their community had now been infiltrated. And they were no longer listening to Ezem, or they had the Christian missions who had now come in, and they were now obviously listening to the white man, following the religion of the white man. And as a result of that, of course, whoever was closer to the white man was seen as, being on top. All right. And there's an Igbo saying, some of you may have heard this before, that anybody, if you're going to church, if you're on your way to church and you bump into a white man, you can as well go back home because you've seen God. Now, can you imagine what that does to the psyche of a people? Where did that proverb come from, and who created it? For what purpose? To make us feel that the white man is greater than us, So these are some of the things that the dangers of these house Negroes and what they do to the community. The house Negroes were the ones who were showing the white people the way around. And Wonka touched on something on Bishop Ajayi Crowther. It was actually Bishop Ajayi Crowther that brought Christianity. And I think some other people, they're the ones that brought Christianity into Igbo and wrote the Igbo Bible. They translated the Bible from English into Igbo. So Bishop Crowther was actually the one that did that. So it's true that they paved the way and helped penetrate the hinterlands with the Bible and so on and so forth. And they're probably the ones that came up with that proverb. If on your way to church you bump into a white man, you can go home because you've seen God. Because it helps create that illusion that the white man is God. So, so we always have to be careful that, touching on the Biafra war, and on I know if you mentioned it, Ifajuna. Ifajuna was somebody that he was the star of the Igbo race. He had won a gold medal at the Commonwealth in, I think it was long jump. So I think the first black man to win a gold or something like that, or the first African. So, he was a star and everything. He joined the army. Everyone knows about the coup. Then the Biafra War started, and he then led a brigade or whatever heading to Lagos. And it was when he got to Ore that he made contact with some of the Nigerian soldiers. And then the plan that they had was to actually have come back to the east, overthrow Ojukwu. Another team was to go overthrow Gowon, and then end the war and bring the east back into Nigeria. Now, in an interview, Ojukwu was asked how he knew this, that Ifajuna had this plan. And Ojukwu stated that Ifajuna was a meticulous man that kept detail of everything that he did. One of those very organized people. So he kept his plans in his diary. So when they ransacked his place, they got that and they saw the notes that he had and his intentions. And that's why during the war, you can ask your parents, there's this song that our people would sing called, where they say, Ewo, Muna Wanem, Chelogo, Abiliego, Ifajuna Lelani, Ewo, Muna Wanem, Jelaya, Nwanne pụta n'ụzọ lee nwanne. Nwanne pụta n'ụzọ lee nwanne. So meaning that my brother and I went to war, and because of greed, my brother sold me. My brother and I went to war because of greed. My brother sold me. And then they said, Ego, Ifajuna Leani, because of greed, Ifajuna sold us. Because of greed, Ifajuna sold us. And that's why till today, that name Ifajuna will be very difficult for you to find someone that is actually called Ifajuna. It's a bit like Judas. Ifajuna is actually the symbol of, shall I say, being a traitor amongst the Igbo people. And he's probably, as far as the Civil War is concerned, he's actually the biggest, the known traitor of that war. So that was what happened with Ifajuna. Of course, his plan was found out. He was rounded up, and himself and a few others were executed by the Biafran army. And his last words were, "It's too late. By dawn, they will be amongst you. The Nigerian soldiers will be amongst you, and there's nothing you can do about it." And those were his last words. And by dawn, as he had said, the soldiers were already amongst them, the Nigerian army. So we have to be very cautious of some of these traitors
Jimmy,
yes.
hold on. I'm sorry to cut you in. I need to play that song immediately, then we continue.
Sure, go ahead.
In respect for my brothers. Thank you. Thank you. I just say, let me, you can continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So this was what the reason why what Ifajuna did was so painful, more painful than any house Negro would have done, that a lot of countries that ended up supporting Biafra during the war had actually not made up their mind on who to support. Why? Because when the war started, they looked at the configuration of things and they said, okay, the Biafrans have the oil, they have the resources, and within the military, the Biafrans made up the officer, the main officers, and they had the technical know-how within the Nigerian army. However, of course, the Nigerian army had they had the population, and of course, it was the bigger nation as well. But the Biafrans were fighting. Their mantra was they were fighting for survival. So anybody fighting for survival, they'd always put their all into it. There are two people that are difficult to fight and defeat. Somebody that's fighting for survival, and a man that is fighting in the presence of his wife or girlfriend. Any man you see fighting where he's about to fight and his girlfriend or wife is there, those people because they don't want to go home and their wife or girlfriend looks at them as a weakling. So, when the war started, a lot of countries were very, they were just kind of saying, okay, maybe let's sit down and look. In fact, France and even Shell, they were paying royalties to the Biafran army. They were still paying a lot of royalties for the Biafran army for a lot of the oil fields and so on. It was only after a while when the Nigerian army was able to recover and then chase the Biafran soldiers backwards, and of course with Awolowo's insistence as well, that they then switched and and then a lot of countries then said, okay, fine, it looks like the Nigerians, the upper hand, we're going to back them. But had Ifeanyi not stopped at Ore and continued to Lagos, in fact, Gowon was already trying to make his way out of Lagos. It was actually one of the ambassadors British ambassadors that told him that Her Majesty would do everything within her power to ensure victory for them. But Gowon was on his way out of Lagos because the Biafran soldiers were literally marching through. And the whole point was you take the war to them in Lagos, and taking the war to them in Lagos was not because they wanted to invade the Yoruba nation. It was only because Lagos was the capital of Nigeria. If it happened today, they would have marched to Abuja. So they were marching to Lagos, and because of that delay of Ifeanyi and not refusing to go any further, and he was being, why are we not moving? He just stopped, and then started to devise their plan. But had they reached Lagos, then the war would have been happening in Lagos as it was happening in the East, and more countries would have probably remained neutral and waiting for the person that seems to have the upper hand and then back them, because of course everyone's eyes was on who will win the war. Whoever is likely to win the war will have the oil. So because of Ifeanyi's antics, the war, we lost some of the support that we probably would have gained had it seemed that we were already in Lagos and Gowon had taken to its heels. So we had that. I don't know if you guys touched on, because I was at the bank and doing some of it. I don't know if you guys touched on the current saboteurs, the current house Negroes that we have at present in Igbo land. But there's something, if you didn't, I'll touch on some of them. So there's something that you listen to Nnamdi Kanu that he always says, and this always stuck with me. He always says, if you serve the Fulani, anybody that serves the Fulani will always come back in disgrace. And by serving the Fulani is when you serve them against the interest of your own people, you will always come back home in disgrace. And Wonka touched on it on the sad end.
Jimmy, I wanted to
Pardon me?
I wanted you to use the example of making this argument.
Of who, Akpabio?
Yes.
Okay, you tell them about Akpabio. You speak. I mean,
I want to point out that everyone knows that Godswill Akpabio was loved by his people. Akpabio people could literally walk on water for Godswill Akpabio. And then what did he do? He decided to work against the interests of the people. He decided to join this government. And now senatorial elections came up in Akwa Ibom. And Godswill Akpabio, the darling of not just the South, he was even well respected in the Southeast. Remember that when he was a first-time senator, he was the first-time member of the Senate, I think, after his tenure as governor. The rules of the PDP were that first-time members could not take up posts. But Akpabio was made the minority leader in place of, Abaribi. He was accorded that respect. What did he do? He went against the wishes of the people and joined the APC. And what happened to Akpabio? Well, you can guess right. He failed to win his senatorial elections. The first one, the first elections were carried out. He failed to win. He went to the tribunal. The tribunal counseled some results in some areas. He went back again, and again, the people still voted him out. So I just to strengthen Jimmy's point, that was it.
Yeah, it's not different with the Amechi case. Any person who has followed River State.
Yeah, go ahead, MK. MK is the one speaking. Hold on, MK. Obona, have you finished?
No, I'll just point out.
Okay, Obona, when you can round up after you finish, then MK, you can speak on Amechi, and then I'll continue.
Just to strengthen Chimmy's point that House Negroes always come back, are always disgraced. Akpabio worked against the interests of these people. Elections came up in Akwa Ibom, and I think I'll call the person an unknown person. Defeated Akpabio the first time. Akpabio went to the tribunal. The tribunal cancelled elections in some areas. The Court of Appeal upheld the decision of the tribunal, and they went back again for elections the second time, and the man still defeated Akpabio. This was someone that was the darling of the Southeast and the South-South, someone that the PDP circumvented its own rules for, just to ensure that he became minority leader. As soon as he decided to work against the interests of the people, he ended up in disgrace. So I just wanted to strengthen Timmy's point.
How about Rogers Okorocha? People are not mentioning
it's not.
Oh, don't worry.
I want to say that even Tinubu himself was well respected before he became friends with Buhari.
Yeah, so we'll talk. So sorry, MK. So Justice, after MK, you can touch on Okorocha or Ukorausa or Abo Hausa, whichever you want to call him. Wonka can talk to us about Tinubu, and then I'll continue. Go on, MK.
Yeah, I mean the Amechi reality is perhaps one of the strongest of such expression in the entire South. Now, if you look at Amechi's history, Amechi was a student leader. From a student leader, he had no background. He got involved with Peter Odili. Immediately, he became speaker as a young boy. From speaker, 8 years, he became president, or what do they call, chairman of Nigerian Speakers Forum. From there, he went into exile as a result of the K-Leg saga, and was in Ghana. Some of us supported him to come back. Because I mean, we did not like the K-Leg thing, even though I am a Ijaw. Ordinarily, there were Ijaw people. In fact, some of his biggest rivals were Ijaw, but because of what we perceived to be his principled approach to dealing with issues at that time, and had some what we thought was a Marxist orientation. And this is important because you can see how much people can play the decoy for a long time before their true character begin to emerge on the scene. And then we found him emerge clearly on the scene as governor for as 2 times governor. We loved him. Everybody supported him. He made bold visions, bold initiatives, and so on and so forth. He was emerging. And then suddenly, last minute, he joined the attempts to denigrate. The moment he did that, the whole of the Niger Delta turned against him. Now, he knew he lost Senate, he lost every effort to rejoin the district, so they made him a minister. And as a minister, he took over the APC structures, tried to do, he could not succeed. He tried. He ran elections, he brought candidates, the candidates failed, they cancelled elections, they went to another elections, they failed, they brought army, people fought army, people died in Buguma, in everywhere, people died to defend, women came out to resist army, people for years or weekend now, over that, he won the election. After they've cancelled the election severally, today, there is, what do you call it, even within the party, his own party, they are split. They have never won any election. The elections that they used courts to do, all the people when they went back, they lost. So the practical reality is that you cannot, because the land itself will resist you. There is that cosmic essence that you cannot bring strange things into a place where it cannot sit. It is difficult to put, particularly the Bible Belt, what we call the Bible Belt, which is Igbo land, and because that you cannot see, that's the only place. Even though in global analysis, that's one of the places the people watch out for, because that place has not been corrupted by the Fulani and the Islamic in the tribe. Even if you go when we begin to discuss and thank God we set up the Niger Delta, a job listing, I will set up the Niger Delta. We will agree with all the Niger Delta people to set up a solid Niger Delta basis as we move on. You will begin to see that even at all points, this practical reality is there that you cannot settle. Even after the Biafran War and the Fulani people came, when the SPIF started doing self-determination and started sending Niger Delta people and old Rivers people into scholarship, he created ships. Yeah, he was creating a fleet of ships then. We had ship liners. they began to be threatened. That is how they removed the 50% derivation. They removed the they tried to stop our development, our pushing forward. They were threatened. They took over the ships, all the ships that the shipping lines that the Smith put in place. They removed them. They tried to emasculate us until they, of course, I mean, we'll begin to discuss some of the things that you guys have said about Awolowo and all that led to the removal of the derivation principles and so on and so forth, and the policies that strengthened the Fulani arrangements and so on. So technically, we have always seen that if you get out of alignment with your people, the other people, you are not aligned with the other people, you will become a Judas, and a Judas will always at the end where he is. The metaphor of a Judas, the Romans will not accept you, your people will not accept you, you will just go and waste away in one way or the other in life. So we should continue to watch these people as we go, so that we can get our own practical knowledge of this principle that exists in nature.
Thank you very much. Bwanka, can you tell us about Tinubu?
Yes, so Tinubu was initially seen as that hero that was trying to salvage the Yoruba identity and Yoruba stake in politics. When you know that there was another house Negro I didn't touch on because he's a topic on his own, and his name is Obasanjo. If I start on him, we're going to be here till tomorrow. So
you can also tell us about Obasanjo, and I have a faint idea, but maybe just give us 2 minutes on Tinubu, 2 minutes on Obasanjo.
2 minutes on Obasanjo. That's the foundation of almost anything you see going on in southern Nigeria today. So this jihad had started long before now. And most of the things that you see going on now, the Ruga and all that, they've already started it when Muritala was in power. And Muritala was the one that was trying to get the constitution. Muritala was the one that started destroying the southern political base, both in the civil service and in the military. It was the one that went after the Langtang Mafia, which was a very influential body in the military. Because of Gowon's influence, and he was trying to get rid of all of them, including even Joseph Garba, that helped him get into power. But they took him out of the system and sent him to America on some bogus United Nations mission just to keep him away. And Babangida had a different approach because he used to send them to out, he would send them to war, Ecomog and all those places to keep them out of the game. Same thing Abacha did. They always made sure they were not at home and influential enough to kind of plan a coup with people that admire them. Excuse me. So it was Obasanjo that started the Mark Band, what transformed into Mieti Allah today. That was Obasanjo. It was Obasanjo that started NNPC and all the scam that goes with it today. So all the foundation of almost a lot of things that went wrong started at that point. Now, it was Muritala that started this idea that all the kings should not have any political roles. But while he was stripping all the southern rulers of those powers, he was propping up the northern rulers and actually was working with someone called Abubakar Gumi. And they had a Grand Mahdi in the north at that time, and they were trying to get Nigeria into OIC. The saving grace for Nigerians was that Muritala did not last as a president. There are so many people that are accidental heroes. We mentioned about MK Abiola. Another person is Muritala. If he stood long enough, you would have understood the northern and Fulani agenda he had on mind, which was really rolled out by Babangida. But I think I'm going into a whole new story again. Oh, God help me. But yeah, that was just the foundation of things going on around that time. But Obasanjo came and he was representing a Fulani agenda and did a good job at that. Made sure power didn't remain in the south. he has always identified with the Yaradua dynasty, because Yaradua is an institution, not just a name in the north. And people like Atiku, and in fact, that's one of the reasons he took him as vice, because he represented the Yaradua clan, and that's why he made his brother president. He's always identified more with that group. And in fact, the senior Yaradua was actually his vice president when he was military head of state. So he's always identified with that group more than his own people. When he was president, he went to his people, and they were under the AD party at that time, and was trying to persuade them that it's not fair for me to be a Yoruba man, but now you, my own people, will not support me. It's not fair that the support I will get is coming from outside. And they fell for that scam. They fell for that tribal sentiment, and they were like, "Oh, okay, you know, he's still our blood." And you know, the Yoruba proverb is "Omo king, and in English it means no matter how bad your son is, you can't throw your son to a lion. A big mistake on their part. So immediately they started now kind of aligning with him. He used that privilege to destroy and run 80 underground. Now, the only person that could have salvaged the situation was Bola Ige. Lo and behold, we know how he ended. Still remains an unsolved mystery till today. But the only person that was able to see that and was able to make sure he didn't fall for that scam, he didn't fall for that kumbaya and all that, was Tinubu when he was governor of Lagos. So he was able to make sure that Lagos did not fall into the hands of Obasanjo at that time, and by extension PDP. And from that Lagos base, he was able to salvage a new party that was supposedly representing Yoruba identity. And for that, he gained a lot of respect. If he had continued to toe that line, and even worked with Goodluck Jonathan, bad as he may have been, the guy was doing a lot in agriculture, doing a lot in sensitizing the economy. He doesn't represent cow politics. He doesn't represent cattle colonies. So with one Jonathan is still better than 1,000 Buharis. Any way you look at it, you know, if we don't want to be biased or emotional about it. But now, him going to Fulani people, going to Buhari, messed everything up. Because what the Fulani people do is that they do what you call a carrot and stick game. They will tell you, oh, you are now our coalition partner, and we will support you to be very rich. And you will have access to a lot of things in the corridors of power. But whatever is done to your people, you must always look the other way. Because if you don't look the other way, then we will look at you as somebody sabotaging our friendship. So that's why Tinubu could not talk when his people are being killed, asking senseless questions like, where are the cows? And even fighting some people that work like Obasanjo, saying, oh, when you were president, did anybody get involved in your business? Now that we're in control, don't get involved in our business. So that was how his legacy got destroyed, because he chose to become friends with the Fulani people. And that is a long line of history. Everybody that have been friends with them ended up in that kind of disgrace. History is not going to remember him in a positive way, even though they pay a lot of people to still help kind of keep his name ringing bells. But he's not going to go far.
Thank you, Bonka. Justice, you wanted to talk on Rukurausa. Is Justice still here?
Yes,
okay,
I'm here.
Okay, you are.
But I don't know if my network is going to be...
It sounds okay so far, to be honest. Okay, so far so good. Continue. 2 minutes,
yeah. This opportunity to tell Bonka something he said that stuck with me today. Do you know the last broadcast of Nnamdi Kanu before he was arrested? Do you know what he said? He said that in this thing we are going to do, when you were describing about Nnamdi Kanu, he said, we're going to have the mind of the Afghans if you have to win this war.
I remember that. Oh my God. Justice, I remember that.
The mind of
Justice,
who?
I remember that.
The mind of who?
Afghanis.
Oh,
Wow. Continue, Justice.
He said, we're going to develop the mind of the Afghans if you have to win this war. So he was also the man that said when he said, everybody that served the Fulanese against their people will always come in shame. And he mentioned Roger Sokorocha. Today you can see Roger Sokorocha before become the governor of Imo State. He was reverend. People respect him a lot because of his charity, and that's Roger Sokorocha Foundation he to help good people. But as soon as he joined this force with APC and co, and after his governorship, even his first tenure, it was the people that fight for him. So
Okay.
right now you can see
Justice, I think we're starting to your network is starting to play out.
His case. They arrested him last time.
We can't hear you well again.
Yeah, Justice, we can't hear you well again, but
they are using so
Justice, we can't hear you.
I also want to say that even apart from the Afghanistan, another people I hold a lot of respect for are the Vietnamese. Those guys, they just kept coming back. You kept killing them, they kept coming back. They kept killing them, and you cannot destroy a resilient people. And the response to fighting for your freedom is not by begging for it or by negotiating for it. Man, I wish Kanu was Yoruba, Namdi Kanu, and I'm saying the honest thing in my heart. As somebody, I would have dropped everything to follow, dropped my career, dropped my comforts, and I would have followed him right to that prison, for real.
Thank you very much, Bonka. So, guys, this is basically an example of the house Negroes across the whole of the the geopolitical zone. So we touched on Amechi from South, we touched on Rochas from Southeast, we touched on Obasanjo and Tinubu from Southwest, and I'm sure the examples are there from the from the North Central as well. So honestly, the house Negroes in Nigerian politics, they will always pitch themselves against their people. And it's true, they will never speak up when their people are being oppressed. In fact, these house Negroes, what they tend to do is they make the victims, they blame the victims, right? So they always engage in victim blaming, right? So instead of going to look at what's happening or what the oppressor is doing, they will tell the victim almost, it's a bit like, let's say in a rape case, a man has raped a woman. Instead of you to condemn the man that raped the woman, you will now ask the woman why she was wearing shorts. This is how they are. Why were you wearing shorts? Okay, you were being raped. Why didn't you scream louder? These are the kind of stupid questions that they ask. So something like the Fulani herdsmen, they will always find a way to blame the victims, as opposed to, like, they might ask you, where are your governors? You understand? So they will not blame the herdsmen or Buhari or for being ineffective and not doing anything, or the caliphate or anything. Rather, they'll come back to you and ask you where your governors are. Why have you not written to your senators? And those kind of silly questions. So these are, and like I said earlier, always be mindful of them. There are ways that you have to be discerning because they don't write house Negro on their forehead. They look like me, they look like you, they look like all of us. But some of the things they tend to do is when you're talking about your local politics, maybe if I'm discussing with Hizba about politics and I'm the house Negro, and Hizba is talking about what's happening to the Igbo nation, I would then say to Hizba, when it's my turn to speak, I say, okay, and I'm Igbo, talking about the Igbo people, I'll say something like, yes, but okay, you people always talk about what the Fulani is doing to you. Let me ask you one question. Have you people ever written to your senators to call them back?
So I don't understand what you people mean by when you're saying they're doing this to the Igbo nation. You know, I've been telling you this for so, and you start asking yourself, are you not Igbo? Why are you? Why are you counting yourself out by using you people as though you're not one of us? So always listen out for that. Honestly, even in this clubhouse, listen out for that. When you listen out for those people, you know that these are people that anyone that counts themselves out by what they say is not one of you. And that's just a simple fact, you know. So we talk about someone like Hope Uzodinma. Hope Uzodinma is a perfect case of a modern day house Negro, you know, because we know him as a Supreme Court governor. And his loyalty will never be with the Imo people. Fact, it can never be, because the Imo people did not make him the governor that he is today. So his loyalty will never be with the Imo State people. It will always be with the Caliphate, and he will always be grateful to them, and he will always be willing to do their bidding. And he's even more dangerous to Imo State people than the Fulani pen, because he wants to go above and beyond to show how grateful he is to be in that position and that he merits that position. So people like him, people like Arthur Eze. Arthur Eze was very quick to tell us how the Fulani were the ones that made him a millionaire. He went to the north with nothing. They gave him 12 million. So all this points back to what Wonka, the example Wonka gave us when he played that clip of Malcolm X. They will always tell you that, you know, the master does no wrong. The master feeds me. The master gives me food. Who is better than my master? You know, if not for my master, I would not have anything. And they're always willing and ready to go above and beyond to serve the master. So these house Negroes are very dangerous to your own existence as a person, as a people. There was, I think it was during the War of Independence, America's War of Independence. I think it was when somebody said something along the lines of, I think he lined up 100 people and asked all of them, you know, whether, if anyone knows the story properly, you can jump in and tell me. I think he asked them a question of who wants freedom or something like that, and step forward, something like that. And I think one person, 99 stepped forward, and one person didn't step forward, and he just shot the person and said, this person will be the one that will drag everyone back, you know? So when it comes to your freedom and everything that you're doing, those house Negroes are extremely, extremely, extremely dangerous because of their gratitude. They are so happy. They have nothing other than the gratitude they have for the oppressor. And in their eyes, the oppressor can do no wrong. And they're always willing. And the oppressor is always creating house Negroes. Because just like we say now, the devil never sleeps. He's always working hard. He's always, you know, working very hard to... So that's also how the oppressor never sleeps. Because the oppressor is gaining something from oppressing you. So he will always be creating house Negroes from within. So the British gave us warrant chiefs, which invaded our traditional institutions and were used as tools to tax the indigenous people in Igbo land. Likewise, in today, what we have now are warrant governors, you know, and the caliphate will be using them to oppress us. And when we complain, they'll tell you to go to the governors, because they know that when you go to these governors, they already have them. Another house Negro is somebody like Ojus Okalu. Ojus Okalu gave the Fulani people land when he was going. He gave them land at North Atlanta. And he said it himself. So this is not what somebody said that they said. He said it himself. He said that he already gave them Ruga a lot.